Hello everyone, I am the Macabre. I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, please like the video and subscribe to the channel. Where are you from and what time are you watching now? Sit back and relax. The Whisper of Shadows. Chapter 1. The First Whisper. The rain fell in thin, relentless sheets, turning the streets into glistening rivers of water and light. The city, as if in mourning, seemed to quiet itself, save for the faint hum of distant traffic and the occasional screech of tires on wet pavement. But in the narrow, forgotten alley of the industrial district, an unnatural stillness hung heavy in the air. Something was wrong. The body was discovered by a homeless man who, after hearing a faint noise, had ventured into the alley to investigate. What he found left him paralyzed with fear. A man in his mid-40s, wearing a torn plaid shirt and dark jeans, lay sprawled on the damp concrete. His limbs were twisted in unnatural positions, but it wasn't the contorted body that was most disturbing. It was the look on his face. His eyes were wide open, pupils frozen in terror. His mouth was slightly agape, as if he had tried to scream but was too late. There was no blood, no obvious signs of struggle. Yet the sheer expression of horror on his face suggested that he had witnessed something so unspeakable, so terrifying, that it had killed him from the inside out. Detective Ana Martinez was the first to arrive at the scene, her boots splashing through the puddles as she knelt beside the body. The alley reeked of rot, but the detective was used to the stench of death. What caught her attention, however, was the small object that lay beside the corpse. It was a recording device, a simple handheld recorder, its screen cracked but still functional. She picked it up carefully, feeling the cold plastic against her fingers. The device was old, but it was clear that it had been used recently. She pressed the play button, and the sound that emerged from the speakers sent a shiver down her spine. It was faint at first, a barely audible whisper, the kind that seemed to echo from somewhere deep within the walls of the alley. But as the seconds passed, the words began to form, fragmented, disjointed, but unmistakably chilling. "You hear it. They're coming." From the shadows. The words were almost drowned out by a strange static noise, a soft hum that filled the air like a distant chant. Anna's stomach tightened. The recording wasn't just strange, it felt wrong. She looked at her partner, Detective Gregson, who was examining the body with the coroner. Neither of them had noticed the recorder at first, but now that it was in their hands, they could sense it too. There was something dark about this case, something otherworldly. As Anna listened to the recording again, she felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. She couldn't explain it, but it was as if the words themselves were calling to her, drawing her deeper into the mystery. She stopped the playback and turned to Gregson, who had joined her, his face unreadable. "This wasn't a regular murder," she said softly, more to herself than to him. "We're dealing with something else here." Gregson glanced down at the body, his expression hardening. No signs of physical violence, no witnesses. No one even heard anything last night, according to the neighbors. But that recording. He trailed off, his voice thick with unease. "There's something about it. It's like it doesn't belong here. It's not just the words, it's the tone. It's almost like a warning." Anna nodded, her thoughts racing. The victim, who had been identified as Lucas Castillo, a local archivist, had no known enemies. He had lived a quiet, uneventful life, his only real connection to the outside world being his work at the city museum. His co-workers described him as diligent but reclusive. No one knew of any threats or unusual behavior in the days leading up to his death. Yet the expression on his face and the ominous whisper from the recording suggested something far beyond the ordinary. Something that went back further than they could imagine. The team set to work, collecting evidence and canvassing the area. They found nothing unusual except for the recorder, which didn't even have fingerprints. It was as though it had been placed there deliberately, waiting to be discovered. The alley itself offered no clues, no footprints, no signs of struggle, just the remains of a man whose life had ended in the most unnatural of ways. It didn't help that the forensics team hadn't been able to determine the cause of death. There was no trauma to the body, no poison in his system. It was as if Lucas Castillo had died from sheer fear alone. Later, in the precinct, Anna reviewed the recording one more time, hoping to glean something she had missed. The voice on the tape was unmistakably human, yet it didn't sound quite right. The static, the fragmented sentences, it was as if something was trying to communicate with them, but the message was being twisted, distorted. From the shadows? She repeated softly to herself, her brow furrowing. What did it mean? Who or what was coming from the shadows? And why had Lucas been the one to hear it? As the night deepened, Anna couldn't shake the feeling that the case was not only far from solved, it was only just beginning. The eerie whisper on the recording clung to her thoughts like a shadow that refused to leave. What was waiting in the dark, and who was next? She stared out the window of her office, the faint glow of the streetlights barely cutting through the fog, and for the first time in her career, she couldn't shake the overwhelming sense that something far more dangerous than a simple murder was unfolding. The question wasn't who was responsible, it was what. And what if the shadows were already closer than they realized? Chapter 2. The Body in the Forest. The morning after the discovery of Lucas Castillo's body, the city seemed to hold its breath. The air felt unnaturally still, as though the world itself was waiting for something. The case was far from over, but for Ana Martinez, it felt like the shadows were closing in faster than she could chase them. The recording, the body, the whisper, none of it made sense, and the more she thought about it, the more unsettled she became. It was late afternoon when the call came in. Another body had been found. This time, it wasn't in the city, but deep in the nearby forest. The location was isolated, a stretch of woods known only to a few locals and hikers. The area was rarely patrolled by law enforcement, and the last time a body had been discovered, there was more than a decade ago. There was no immediate connection between the two crime scenes, no clear link, but Anna couldn't shake the feeling that something tied them together. When she and Detective Gregson arrived, the forest was dense and dark despite the late afternoon sun. The trees stretched high above them, their branches interwoven in a thick canopy, casting the ground below into shadow. The scent of damp earth and pine needles filled the air, but it was the silence that unsettled Anna most. It wasn't the kind of peaceful stillness one expects in nature. It was oppressive, suffocating, as though the forest itself were holding its breath, waiting. The body was found near an old abandoned logging camp, its decaying wooden structures half hidden by the thick underbrush. The victim was a young woman, her features hidden beneath a layer of dirt and leaves. She had been left exposed, as though discarded by something, or someone, who had taken great care to ensure her final moments were nothing short of traumatic. Anna knelt down beside the body, noting the strange angle of her limbs, the unnatural twist of her neck. Her eyes were wide open, just like Lucas Castillo's, but this time, the terror on her face was even more intense. She had died in a state of sheer, unfathomable fear. Gregson moved in closer, examining the ground around the body. Same thing as before, he muttered. No signs of physical violence, no bruising, no blood. It's like she just dropped dead. But look here. He pointed to the ground near the victim's body, where a series of strange symbols had been scratched into the earth. They were crude, hastily drawn, as though someone had carved them in a desperate frenzy. Some resembled geometric patterns, while others were jagged, chaotic lines that seemed to vibrate with a dark energy of their own. Anna felt her stomach churn as she recognized the symbols she had seen them in the museum's archives, connected to ancient rituals. But it couldn't be. The pieces of the puzzle were multiplying faster than she could make sense of them. Do you think it's connected to the murder in the city? Anna asked, her voice low, almost afraid to voice the question aloud. Gregson didn't answer immediately, his gaze fixed on the markings. Anna could feel the weight of his silence, the uncertainty that had settled over him as well. The strange symbols, the unexplained deaths, the whisper, they all seemed to point to something much larger, something older, lurking just beneath the surface of the ordinary world. As the forensic team arrived, Anna walked away from the body, her mind racing. She needed answers. The similarities between the two deaths were undeniable, but what was the connection? Why these victims? And why were they all dying in such a bizarre, seemingly supernatural manner? It wasn't just a serial killer. Something far darker was at play, something beyond the reach of human understanding. And it was as if the universe was forcing her to face it. Back in the precinct, Anna and Gregson sat down with the rest of the team to go over the evidence. The young woman's name was revealed to be Emily Barnes, a college student who had been reported missing a week prior. According to her friends and family, she had been an avid hiker and often spent time in the woods. There was no indication that she had any connection to Lucas Castillo, nor was there any obvious motive for her death. As they discussed the case further, Anna couldn't help but wonder if the two murderers were part of a larger pattern, if the victims were chosen not by chance, but for a specific reason. "We need to look into those symbols," Anna said, her voice firm as she stared at the photos of the markings. "There's something important here, something that's being deliberately hidden. We can't afford to ignore it." She glanced at Gregson, who nodded in agreement. The detective spent the next few days combing through archives and old texts, trying to find any link between the symbols, the forest, and the murders. Their search led them to a chilling discovery. Centuries ago, a cult had once operated in the area, performing rituals believed to be tied to an ancient, forgotten deity. The cult's followers had vanished under mysterious circumstances, and with them, the knowledge of their rites had been lost to history. But the symbols they used, the ones that had been found around Emily Barnes's body, were identical to those described in old manuscripts. It was as though someone or something had revived the cult's practices, bringing them back into the world. Anna sat in her office late one night, staring at the evidence before her. Her eyes were tired, the weight of the case bearing down on her. She had never believed in the supernatural, never entertained the idea of curses or ancient gods. But the more she uncovered, the less certain she became. She could feel it now, a creeping sensation at the back of her mind, like a whisper just out of reach. What was it that these victims had in common? And why was it that every time she uncovered a new piece of the puzzle, the shadows seemed to grow deeper? As the moon rose high in the sky, Anna's phone buzzed. It was a message from Gregson. "There's another body, same place, same symbols. It's happening again." The realization hit her like a cold wave. Whatever this was, it wasn't finished. The pattern wasn't over. The whispers were only just beginning. Chapter 3. The encounter with the psychic. Anna's mind buzzed as she drove to the address Gregson had given her. The case had become an unrelenting obsession, a relentless knot in her stomach that refused to loosen. The strange symbols, the eerie deaths, the whispering voice that seemed to follow her each new discovery, only seemed to raise more questions than answers. As they combed through ancient texts and old reports, they found no earthly explanation for what was happening, no logical thread that could tie these events together. They were chasing something elusive, something impossible to comprehend, and that's when the suggestion came up: visit a psychic. The old Victorian house stood on the outskirts of the city, nestled in a quiet street, lined with overgrown hedges and twisted trees. The windows were draped with heavy, dark curtains that blocked out the sunlight, giving the house an air of secrecy. Anna didn't believe in psychics. She didn't believe in anything supernatural. But after everything she had seen, she was willing to consider anything that might lead her to the truth. With one last glance at the foggy, empty street, she knocked on the door. The woman who greeted her was unlike anyone Anna had ever met. Tall, with sharp features and dark, almost black eyes, Madame Sable seemed to float rather than walk. Her appearance was ageless, as though time had no hold on her. She led Anna and Gregson through a darkened hallway into a dimly lit room, its air heavy with the scent of incense and candle wax. The walls were adorned with symbols and arcane drawings, each more cryptic than the last. There was an aura of ancient power in the room, a tangible weight in the air that made Anna's skin crawl. "Sit," Madame Sable's voice was soft, hypnotic. "The answers you seek are closer than you think, but you must open your mind to see them." She motioned to a table in the center of the room, where a crystal ball rested, casting faint reflections of the dim candlelight. Anna hesitated for a moment before sitting down. Gregson stood by the door, arms crossed, clearly skeptical, but he said nothing. He had been brought here under protest, but even he couldn't deny that the case was spiraling into something beyond their control. Madame Sable closed her eyes, her fingers brushing the crystal ball in a slow, deliberate motion. The room grew colder, and the scent of incense seemed to grow heavier, as though the smoke itself had become a physical presence in the air. "You've seen the signs," the psychic said, her voice almost a whisper. "The shadows are gathering, and they are not alone." Her eyes opened, and Anna felt a shiver run down her spine as the psychic's gaze locked onto hers. "The dead have already spoken, and they have left their mark on the living. Anna felt a coldness wrap around her chest, but she remained silent. Madame Sable continued, "There is a force, old and terrible, that has been awoken. It feeds on fear, and it grows stronger with every death." She paused, letting the weight of her words sink in. "Your victims are the offerings, but they are not the end. They are the beginning." Gregson scoffed from the doorway. "This is nonsense. You expect us to believe that something, an ancient force, is behind these murders?" He stepped forward, his voice laced with skepticism. "Give me one piece of real evidence, just one thing we can use." Madame Sable turned her gaze to him, and for the first time her expression shifted, as though something far darker had taken control of her features. "You will see," she said simply. "You will see the truth soon enough." Her eyes narrowed, and a flicker of something unsettling passed between them. "The first whisper you heard, detective, was a warning. It is calling you now, and you cannot escape its reach." Anna's pulse quickened. The psychic's words echoed in her mind, and she felt an overwhelming sense of dread settle in her stomach. Was it possible? Was this truly the explanation they had been seeking, or was this just another distraction? But there was something in Madame Sable's eyes, something that felt eerily real. The whispers, the symbols, the death that seemed to follow them like a shadow. Was there a connection? Could they really be dealing with something otherworldly? Madame Sable's voice broke the silence again, pulling Anna back from her thoughts. "You must go back to the beginning," she instructed, her eyes darkening. "Find the source. It is tied to the land itself, to a curse that was never fully lifted, a ritual that was left unfinished." She stood up, her movements graceful, almost spectral. The dead have been calling for centuries, and now they are demanding to be heard. The ritual is in motion, and there is no stopping it. Anna felt her heart race. Her skepticism was slowly crumbling, replaced by an unsettling sense of urgency. "What do you mean by the source? What ritual?" she asked, leaning forward. Madame Sable didn't answer directly, but instead she pointed to a small painting on the wall. It depicted an ancient altar surrounded by dark figures, their faces obscured by hoods. In the center of the altar was a strange symbol, one that seemed disturbingly similar to the ones found near Emily Barnes' body. "That is where it began," Madame Sable said cryptically. "The place where they first called the shadows, the place where it will all end." Anna stared at the painting, her mind racing. She needed to find this place. The connection between the symbols, the deaths, and the dark force that Madame Sable spoke of was becoming clearer, but it also felt as though the answers were slipping through her fingers. The more she learned, the less she understood. She could feel the weight of the case bearing down on her, suffocating her. When Madame Sable finally spoke again, her voice was softer, almost mournful. "You are not alone in this, detective. The shadows will follow you. They will test you, but you must not fear them. The truth is waiting, but only if you are brave enough to face it." As Anna and Gregson left the house, the air outside felt heavy with unspoken words. The fog that had hung over the city earlier in the week had returned, wrapping the streets in a thick, suffocating veil. The psychic's words clung to Anna's thoughts like a vice. The shadows, the ritual, the whispers that had started the investigation, had they truly been warnings? And if so, was it already too late to stop whatever had been set in motion? As the two detectives made their way back to the precinct, Anna couldn't shake the feeling that the case was about to take an even darker turn. The shadows were closing in faster than she could keep up, and with each passing hour, the truth seemed further and further beyond reach. Chapter 4. Impossible Patterns. The case had taken an unexpected turn. The cryptic words of Madame Sable echoed in Anna's mind as she sat at her desk late one night, poring over the details of both murders. The symbols, the eerie whispers, the sudden deaths, they were all connected. But how? There had to be something they were missing, some underlying link that tied everything together. But no matter how many times she analyzed the facts, she couldn't find the key to unlock it all. There was a thread, she was sure of it, but it slipped through her fingers with every attempt to grasp it. Gregson sat across from her, his brow furrowed as he scrolled through files on his laptop. The usual skepticism that had marked his demeanor was slowly being replaced with something darker, a reluctant belief that the case was spiraling into uncharted, dangerous territory. The two of them had been working non-stop for days, and the mounting exhaustion was beginning to take its toll. The city around them felt heavier, as if it too was aware of the creeping malevolence that was rising from the depths. "Look at this," Gregson said suddenly, turning the screen of his laptop toward her. "It's happening again. The same pattern. Every victim except for the first. Lucas Castillo has some kind of direct connection to the city's history. Emily Barnes was studying anthropology at the local college, and it turns out she was researching old rituals tied to the land around the forest." He paused, watching Anna's face as she absorbed the information. "It's like these deaths are somehow rooted in the city's past. The more we dig, the more we find ties to an old curse, a ritual, like Madame Sable said." Anna's mind raced. It made sense, too much sense. Of course, they were connected to something older, something ancient. The symbols, the victims' backgrounds, the inexplicable deaths. But there had to be more. "So, what you're saying is, this isn't just some random killer picking off people one by one. This is part of something bigger?" Gregson nodded grimly. "Exactly. It's like we're dealing with a pattern so old, so entrenched in the city's history, that no one even remembers it anymore. But it's still there waiting, festering. And now, it's come back." Anna leaned back in her chair, trying to process it all. "A curse," she murmured, her voice heavy with disbelief. "That's what Madame Sable was talking about, right? The whispers, the shadows." She trailed off, her thoughts a whirlwind of fragmented theories. But one thing was clear: there was no easy explanation. No matter how much she tried to rationalize it, the connection to the past couldn't be ignored. The city, the land, the ritual, it all seemed to be part of something much older than she had ever imagined, something that was pulling them all deeper into its grasp. As she reviewed the case files again, a particular detail caught her eye. The victims, all except for Lucas Castillo, seemed to have been chosen not at random, but because they were somehow connected to the land itself. Emily Barnes had been researching the old rituals of the forest. Another victim, a man named Samuel Richards, had been a historian who specialized in the city's colonial past. A third had been a local archaeologist who had uncovered ancient burial grounds on the outskirts of the city. Each of these individuals had been delving into the city's forgotten past, in some way uncovering secrets that were never meant to be found. Anna stared at the documents in front of her, her pulse quickening. There was a pattern here, but it wasn't just a string of murders. It was a ritual that had begun long before any of them were born, one that had been quietly waiting for the right moment to resurface. She could feel the weight of history pressing down on her, suffocating her with every breath she took. The victims weren't just random, they were a part of something, and that something had been alive, waiting in the shadows, for far longer than she could comprehend. "I think we need to dig deeper into the city's past," Anna said, her voice determined. "We're looking at a history that's been buried for a reason. Someone or something wants it forgotten. And now, it's calling for the people who dare to uncover it." She paused, her eyes narrowing as another thought struck her. "We're looking for something ancient." The city wasn't always a bustling metropolis. There was a time when it was just a small settlement. And in that time, strange things were done in the dark. Gregson nodded in agreement, his earlier skepticism now replaced with an urgency he hadn't felt before. "We need to go back further than the colonial era. The real history, the one that's been hidden for centuries. We need to find out who these victims were before they were killed. What did they know that no one else did?" Together they began to search through old records, long-forgotten newspapers, and historical archives. The deeper they dug, the more they uncovered tales of dark rituals, of a long-dead cult that once ruled over the land. The cult had worshipped an ancient deity, one that demanded sacrifices in exchange for power and knowledge. They had performed their rituals in secret, hidden deep in the forest, where no one could hear the screams of their victims. And then, as quickly as they had risen, the cult had vanished, leaving only whispers and vague accounts of their horrors behind. But one thing stood out. In every account, in every old manuscript and journal, there was a mention of an artifact, an object that the cult had guarded with their lives. It was said to be a key to unlocking a power greater than any mortal could control. And it was this artifact that had been lost to history. Until now, Anna's heart raced as she connected the dots. The deaths, the symbols, the whispers, it was all tied to this lost artifact. Whoever had it, whatever it was connected to the deaths. And whoever had unleashed this dark force had now awakened the shadows once again. "We're not dealing with a killer," Anna said, the weight of the realization crashing down on her. "We're dealing with something far older, something that's been waiting to rise again, and it's coming for us." The realization settled over her like a cold blanket, suffocating and inescapable. The case had stopped being a simple murder investigation. It was now a race against time, and as the city's dark history began to resurface, Anna knew that no one was safe, not even the investigators themselves. Chapter 5. The Ritual of the Mist. The air was thick with fog as Anna and Gregson approached the old church, its towering spires barely visible through the haze that had rolled in from the coast. This part of the city was forgotten by most, shrouded in mystery, and veiled in history so obscure that it had been left to rot. But tonight, there was something different in the air. The mist wasn't just an atmospheric quirk. It felt like it was alive, wrapping around them, seeping into their clothes and skin. Anna could feel it, a strange unease that tickled the back of her mind. The fog wasn't just an oddity. It was part of something much darker. The church itself was a relic from an era long past. It stood at the edge of the forest, a crumbling monument to the city's forgotten past. There was no congregation here anymore, no sermons, no songs, just the hollow echoes of its history, filled with old secrets and unspeakable acts. The doors groaned as they pushed them open, revealing the interior cold, dark, and untouched by time. It smelled of mildew, old wood, and something else, something faintly metallic, as though the very stones beneath their feet carried the weight of bloodshed from centuries ago. The detectives had been tracking the symbols from the murders, and all signs pointed to the church as a central location in the ritual that had been carried out long before their time. In the old city records, there had been whispers about secret rites held by the cult rites that involved sacrifices, offerings to an unknown entity that promised eternal power and knowledge. The connection to the victims was becoming clearer by the hour, but there was still so much they didn't understand. It was as if every answer they found only led to more questions. Anna's flashlight cut through the darkness, illuminating the stained glass windows that lined the walls. The figures within the glass were twisted, their features grotesque, distorted beyond recognition. Some were angels, others were demons, and some were so abstract that it was impossible to tell what they were meant to be. The light from Anna's flashlight seemed to distort as it passed through, casting strange, unsettling shadows on the walls. It was as if the light itself was bending in response to the darkness around them. They ventured further into the church, their footsteps echoing ominously in the silence. At the altar, there was a large stone slab. The surface was smooth and cold, but there were faint grooves etched into it, like something had been placed there repeatedly. "This is it," Anna murmured, her breath catching in her throat. "This is where the sacrifices were made." Gregson knelt beside the stone slab, brushing away the dust and grime that had accumulated over the years. The stone was worn, but it still held an eerie presence. "What kind of rituals were they performing here?" he asked, his voice low. "And why would anyone choose this place?" His eyes moved around the room, as though the walls themselves might have answers. The question had been gnawing at Anna as well. If this church had been a central location for the cult, why hadn't anyone heard anything? Why hadn't anyone found evidence of the dark practices that were rumored to have occurred here? As Anna examined the slab, she noticed something that made her blood run cold. There, etched into the stone, was one of the symbols they had found near Emily Barnes's body. It was subtle, hidden beneath layers of dirt and time, but it was unmistakable. "It's here," she whispered, kneeling beside Gregson. "It's all connected." Gregson stood up abruptly, his eyes scanning the rest of the church. "We need to find more," he said, his tone urgent. "There's something here we're missing. There has to be more clues, something that explains what this all means." Anna nodded, but as she looked around the darkened church, she felt a strange sensation wash over her, a feeling of being watched, of being surrounded by an invisible presence that was aware of her every movement. She glanced at the windows, half expecting to see dark figures staring back at her, but the glass remained empty, silent. They moved deeper into the church, searching for anything that could shed light on the mystery. As they reached the back of the building, Anna's flashlight flickered, and the room seemed to darken even further. The air grew colder, and Anna's breath misted in front of her face. She looked over at Gregson, who was squinting at something near the far wall. It was a tapestry, old, frayed at the edges, but still hanging from a wooden rod. As they approached, Anna could make out the faint outline of a figure in the middle of the fabric. It was a man, standing with his arms raised toward the sky. Around him were several hooded figures, each of them holding what appeared to be ritualistic objects, daggers, bowls, and what looked like an altar stone, the very one they had just examined. Anna felt a chill run down her spine. "This is it," she whispered again, her voice trembling. "This is the ritual." Gregson's eyes narrowed as he stared at the tapestry. "That looks like one of the symbols we've been seeing, the ones around the bodies. But there's more to this. The tapestry, it's not just a depiction, it's a map." His voice was tight with disbelief. "Look at the layout of the figures, the symbols around them. It's like instructions." Instructions for what? Anna's heart began to pound. The pieces were falling into place, but they didn't make sense. If this was a map, it was leading them somewhere dangerous. "The ritual," Anna murmured, trying to pull her thoughts together. "The ritual is still happening. It didn't stop when the cult disappeared. Whoever is behind these killings, they're trying to finish it." As the fog outside thickened, a distant sound echoed from somewhere deep within the church, a low, drawn-out whisper. It was faint at first, but growing louder. Anna froze, her pulse racing. She wasn't imagining it. The whispers, they were back. And this time, they were coming from the walls themselves. Chapter 6. Nocturnal Visits. It was a quiet night at the precinct, the kind where the world seemed to be holding its breath. Anna sat at her desk, her eyes bloodshot from days of relentless work. The case was consuming her, dragging her deeper into a web of terror and ancient secrets that she couldn't escape. The fog had never lifted since their visit to the church, and every corner of the city felt suffocating, as though something unseen was always lurking just beyond her sight. The whispers had stopped for now, but she knew deep down that it wasn't over. It was only a matter of time before they came back. Gregson had left for the night, exhaustion evident in the slump of his shoulders. Anna hadn't seen him look this worn since the beginning of the investigation. The case was breaking him, piece by piece. There was no denying it anymore. The murders, the symbols, the whispers, they were all connected to something much bigger than either of them could handle. Something old and hungry that was slowly waking up. Anna rubbed her temples, trying to force the image of the church out of her mind. The tapestry, the ritual, it was all too much to process. But just as she thought she might be able to block out the noise, a sudden chill swept through the room, causing her to freeze. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end, and she instinctively glanced at the window. The fog outside was thick, swirling in unnatural patterns. But it wasn't the fog that made her heart race, it was the shadow. It was standing outside the window, barely visible through the mist. A figure, dark and indistinct, yet unmistakably there. Anna's breath caught in her throat as she stared at it, her pulse thumping in her ears. Was it a trick of the light? Or was someone out there? She reached for her phone, but before she could unlock it, the detectives had been tracking the symbols from the murders, and all signs pointed to the church as a central location in the ritual that had been carried out long before their time. In the old city records, there had been whispers about secret rites held by the cult rites that involved sacrifices, offerings to an unknown entity that promised eternal power and knowledge. The connection to the victims was becoming clearer by the hour, but there was still so much they didn't understand. It was as if every answer they found only led to more questions. Anna's flashlight cut through the darkness, illuminating the stained glass windows that lined the walls. The figures within the glass were twisted, their features grotesque, distorted beyond recognition. Some were angels, others were demons, and some were so abstract that it was impossible to tell what they were meant to be. The light from Anna's flashlight seemed to distort as it passed through, casting strange, unsettling shadows on the walls. It was as if the light itself was bending in response to the darkness around them. They ventured further into the church, their footsteps echoing ominously in the silence. At the altar, there was a large stone slab. The surface was smooth and cold, but there were faint grooves etched into it, like something had been placed there repeatedly. "This is it," Anna murmured, her breath catching in her throat. "This is where the sacrifices were made." Gregson knelt beside the stone slab, brushing away the dust and grime that had accumulated over the years. The stone was worn, but it still held an eerie presence. "What kind of rituals were they performing here?" he asked, his voice low. "And why would anyone choose this place?" His eyes moved around the room, as though the walls themselves might have answers. The question had been gnawing at Anna as well. If this church had been a central location for the cult, why hadn't anyone heard anything? Why hadn't... The room was a mess. Files were scattered across the floor. Drawers were left open, and papers were torn and crumpled. But what caught Anna's attention was the strange glowing symbol that had been drawn on the floor in what appeared to be blood. The symbol was one of the same that had been found near the bodies, an ancient mark that seemed to pulse with a dark energy, as though it was alive. "What the hell is this?" Anna whispered, stepping cautiously into the room. Gregson's hand was shaking as he pointed to the wall. "Look at this," he said, his voice barely audible. It wasn't here before. It wasn't anywhere near the files. On the wall, scratched into the paint with what could only be a sharp object, was another symbol, the same one they had seen at the church, the same one they had found near the bodies. But this time, there was something different about it. The lines of the symbol seemed to move, shift as if they were alive, pulsating with dark energy. Anna's stomach lurched. The air in the room was thick, almost suffocating, and she could feel a weight pressing down on her chest. "We need to get out of here," she said, backing away from the walls. "This place is cursed." As she turned to leave, something caught her eye, something she hadn't noticed before. It was a small object resting on the floor among the scattered papers. It was a black, stone pendant, engraved with yet another symbol, this one unfamiliar, but undeniably connected to the others. She picked it up, feeling an odd warmth radiate from it, despite its cold exterior. The pendant seemed to hum in her hand, its energy vibrating with a power she couldn't explain. Before she could inspect it further, the building trembled. The lights flickered again, and a low, rumbling sound filled the air. It was coming from somewhere deep within the precinct, a sound like the groaning of an ancient structure being shaken by some unseen force. The walls seemed to shudder as if something below the earth was stirring, waking from a long, dark slumber. Anna's heart raced. "We need to leave now." As they made their way back to the hallway, the temperature dropped even further. The fog outside had thickened, blotting out the city, but it wasn't the fog that made her feel as though she were suffocating. It was the presence of something malevolent, something watching her. She felt its eyes on her, felt it pressing in on her from all sides. Before they could reach the exit, the whispers returned, soft at first, barely audible but growing louder with every passing second. They weren't just in her head, they were in the walls, in the very foundation of the precinct. They seemed to be calling her name soft, coaxing, urging her to listen, to understand. But understand what? The questions flooded her mind, but the answers remained out of reach. The last thing Anna saw before the lights went out completely was the reflection in the glass door, a figure standing in the fog, watching her, a figure she recognized. It was Lucas Castillo. Chapter 7. The Lost Link. The morning after their unnerving experience at the precinct, Anna couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted. The city felt different, as though the very air had thickened with dread. As she sat at her desk, the small black pendant they had found in the evidence room rested heavily in her hand. It was strange warm to the touch, almost alive, as if it was breathing. She had tried to research it, but there were no records of such an object, no mention of it in any of the old documents they had found. It was as though it didn't exist, yet here it was, undeniable and tangible. Gregson entered the room with his usual weary gait, but his eyes were more focused today. There was a sharpness to him that hadn't been there in the days before. The case was taking its toll on them both, but something about the events of the last 24 hours had made it clear this wasn't just an investigation, it was a descent into something darker, something ancient. "I've been going through the old records again," Gregson said, his voice low. "There's more here than we thought. A lot more." Anna looked up at him, her fingers still tracing the pendant. "What do you mean?" Gregson sat down across from her, leaning forward. "The cult we've been reading about, the one that performed the rituals in the church, they weren't just some rogue group. They were part of something much bigger, much older, and they were wiped out for a reason. Anna's stomach tightened. You think the murders are tied to them? Not just tied, Gregson replied. They were the cult's final sacrifice. The ritual they performed all those years ago, it was meant to call something into this world. Something. Monstrous. He paused, glancing around the room as if the walls themselves might be listening. The victims weren't random. They were part of a long bloodline. A bloodline tied to the cult's origins. Anna's eyes widened as she set the pendant down on the table. You're saying they weren't just victims, they were chosen? Gregson nodded. Exactly. I started digging into the city's genealogy records. Every single one of the victims except Lucas Castillo has roots that go back to the early days of the city. They were all descendants of the original cult members. The Barnes woman? Her great-great-grandfather was one of the cult's high priests. Samuel Richards? Same thing. And it goes even further back, to a time before the city was even founded. This curse, it's been passed down through their bloodlines. Anna felt her heart skip a beat. The implications were terrifying. These weren't just random murders anymore. They were the result of a curse that had been festering for centuries, waiting to complete itself. So, what are we dealing with here? A resurrection? Some kind of ritualistic awakening? Gregson grimaced. That's exactly what it looks like. The cult believed that by sacrificing their own bloodline, they would be able to summon a power, something that would grant them immortality. They thought they could control it, but the ritual went wrong. The power they tried to summon turned on them, wiping out their entire group. The city destroyed the cult, but it seems the curse remained. Anna stood up, pacing the room. But if that's true, if this power is real, what does it want? Why are the murders happening now? Gregson's face darkened. I think the ritual never truly ended. We're seeing the final steps, the sacrifices, the symbols, the whispers. The power's been waiting, growing, until now. It needs the final bloodline to complete the circle. Anna felt a knot in her stomach. The weight of what they were uncovering was becoming unbearable. If they were right, the killings weren't about a person, they were about something older, something far more dangerous. They had been walking into a trap, and it wasn't just the city that was at risk. It was the whole world. I don't know how we stop it, Anna said, her voice barely a whisper. If the ritual is incomplete, if the power is still out there, what can we do? We need to find the original texts, Gregson replied. The ones the cult used. There has to be a way to reverse this. A counter-ritual, maybe. We need to go to the archives, the city's oldest ones, and see if we can track down any more information. Anna nodded. Let's go. We don't have much time. They left the precinct together, the weight of their discovery heavy on their shoulders. As they made their way to the city's historical archives, Anna couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. The fog, which had never truly lifted, had only thickened, curling around the streets like a living thing. The silence was deafening, punctuated only by the occasional distant sound of a car. It was as though the entire city had been swallowed by something unseen, waiting for the moment to strike. At the archives, they were led into a dimly lit room filled with rows upon rows of dusty old books and brittle papers. The air smelled of mold and old leather, the scent of forgotten knowledge. The librarian, an elderly woman with hollow eyes, looked at them with a strange expression as they explained their search. She didn't ask questions. She simply led them to a secluded corner of the room where the oldest texts were kept. The first book they found was a journal handwritten and leather-bound. Its pages were yellowed with age, the ink faded in places, but the words were legible. As they read through it, they discovered accounts of the cult's earliest rituals, the terrible power they sought to summon, and the eventual destruction of their order. But there were gaps in the journal sections torn out, as if someone had deliberately erased them. I think this is it, Anna said, her voice barely above a whisper. This journal, it's the key, the final step in the ritual, the part they never completed. We need to find the missing pages. Gregson nodded grimly. But where do we even begin looking? We've already found the remnants of the cult's bloodline. What else could there be? Anna closed the book, her fingers lingering on the worn cover. There's more. The cult was obsessed with something they called the key. It was the artifact they used to control the power. We have to find it. That's the only way to end this. As they left the archives, the fog had completely overtaken the city. wrapping it in a suffocating embrace. The darkness felt alive, as though it was watching them, waiting for them to make their next move. They had uncovered a terrible truth: the curse was real, and it was far from over. And worse, they had just become its next target. Chapter 8. Facing the fear. The night was oppressive, a blanket of fog that wrapped the city in an unnatural stillness. Anna sat in her car, staring out at the dark streets, her hands clenched on the steering wheel. The weight of what they had uncovered in the archives hung over her like a storm cloud, its pressure unbearable. Every step they took seemed to lead them deeper into a world that defied explanation. They had learned the truth about the cult, about the bloodlines, but even worse was what they hadn't yet discovered: the artifact, the key to ending the ritual, was still out of reach. Gregson had gone back to the precinct to process the findings from the archives, but Anna couldn't bring herself to return just yet. She had to gather her thoughts. The fear that had been steadily building inside her now seemed to have a life of its own. She could feel it creeping along her spine, like an unseen presence. The whispers had come back, louder now, echoing in the back of her mind. They weren't just haunting her; she was starting to hear them when no one else was around, in the silence of the night, as though they were calling her name. It wasn't just paranoia. The cold, clammy feeling that gripped her was real. The darkness outside the car seemed thicker than it should be, swallowing up the edges of the streetlights, turning the world into a twisted reflection of itself. And then, out of the corner of her eye, she saw just a flicker at first, but unmistakable, a figure standing motionless at the edge of the fog. Her heart leaped into her throat. She turned quickly, but the figure was gone. It had vanished into the mist, just like the shadows she had seen before. Her breathing became shallow as her mind raced, struggling to make sense of the impossible. Could it be a trick of the light? Or had the ritual's power already begun to take its toll on her sanity? The line between reality and nightmare was becoming dangerously thin. "Get a grip, Anna," she whispered to herself, trying to steady her racing thoughts. But even as she spoke, she felt the air around her grow colder, the fog thickening once more, pressing against the car windows as if it were trying to suffocate her. She tried to start the engine, but the car sputtered and died, the engine grinding to a halt. For a moment, all was still. The only sound was the steady thrum of her heartbeat, the rush of adrenaline in her veins. She reached for her phone to call Gregson, but the screen went black as soon as her fingers touched it. Panic surged inside her chest. No signal, no way to contact anyone. Alone. And then, the whispers returned, this time unmistakably clear. "Anna!" She snapped her head around, her eyes wide with terror. The voice came from inside the car, from all around her. Her breath caught in her throat as she realized that the fog had thickened so much she couldn't even see the outlines of the buildings outside. The world had shrunk into a suffocating, claustrophobic sphere, and the only thing she could hear was the voice, low, guttural, familiar. "Help me!" It was a voice she recognized. The voice of her sister. Anna's stomach twisted in horror. She hadn't heard from her sister in years, ever since that night, that tragic night, when she disappeared without a trace. She had been just a child then, and Anna had never fully recovered from the pain of losing her. But hearing her voice now, calling for help, felt like an electric shock to her nerves. It wasn't just a memory, it was as if her sister was right there in the fog, trapped in this nightmare. "No," Anna whispered, shaking her head. "It's not real, it can't be." But the voice persisted, becoming louder, more desperate, until it was almost unbearable. "Please, Anna, please." Without thinking, she flung open the car door and stumbled into the thick fog, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Her hands reached out into the murk, her heart pounding so loudly in her chest that it drowned out all other sound. "Where are you?" she shouted, her voice cracking in the air. "Where are you?" There was no response, only the oppressive silence of the fog. But the whispers continued, swirling around her like 1,000 voices, each one more frantic than the last. She could feel them, could hear them brushing past her ears, cold and relentless. She had to get out, had to find Gregson. She was losing her mind. She was. And then, from the depths of the fog, she saw something move, something large, a shadow shifting in the mist. Her eyes went wide in terror as she saw the shape of a figure, a man, standing just beyond the reach of her vision, his features hidden in darkness. But there was no mistaking the eyes. The eyes were gleaming with an unnatural light, like twin embers in the dark. "Anna," the figure called in a voice that sent icy shivers through her veins. "Come closer." A jolt of recognition shot through her. It was Lucas Castillo. His face was pale, his features drawn, and there was something wrong, something deeply wrong about his expression. His eyes were wide, empty, yet filled with an unsettling hunger. "Lucas," she whispered, her voice barely audible. He took a step forward, his movements jerky, as if controlled by some unseen force. "You have to come with me, Anna," he said, his voice a low, hoarse whisper. "They're waiting for you. They've always been waiting." Anna stumbled back, her mind reeling. This wasn't Lucas. Not really. The man she had known was gone, replaced by something dark, something that had been molded by the curse. Her heart pounded in her chest as the realization hit her he wasn't the one they needed to worry about. It was the thing behind him, the thing in the shadows, the thing that had been pulling the strings all along. "Run!" she screamed at herself, turning on her heels and sprinting back to the car. She could hear him calling after her, but the voice was growing distant, as if the fog itself was swallowing it up. With trembling hands, she managed to get the car started again, her pulse still racing as she slammed her foot on the gas and sped away into the night. The fog seemed to follow her, twisting and turning, as if the city itself had come alive and was pursuing her. Anna's hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Her mind was reeling from the encounter. What had just happened? Was it a hallucination? Or was something more sinister at play? The whispers were still in her ears, haunting her with their cruel persistence. But one thing was certain. Whatever force had been awakened was no longer hiding in the shadows. It was here, and it was coming for her. Chapter 9. The final trial. Anna hadn't slept in days. Every time she closed her eyes, the whispers came, relentless and cold. They slithered into her dreams, twisting the images of her sister's face, of Lucas Castillo's hollow gaze. The fog never seemed to lift, the dark shadows around her city growing thicker with each passing hour. She tried to push through, to stay focused on the case, but her mind was unraveling. She had seen enough to know that what they were dealing with was far beyond the limits of any rational investigation. She met Gregson early that morning at the precinct, both of them carrying the heavy weight of their discoveries. The missing pages of the journal had led them to one undeniable truth. The ritual wasn't just about summoning a force, it was about binding it, tying it to the bloodlines of those who were chosen. The cult's last sacrifice had nearly destroyed everything, but the key to completing it was still missing. The bloodline, the artifact, the last piece of the puzzle. These were the only things that could either stop the curse or set it free. The air in the precinct felt heavy, as if the walls themselves were closing in. Anna could barely focus as she sorted through the evidence, her mind still racing with the memory of the encounter in the fog. She had to find the artifact. There was no time to waste. If they didn't stop the ritual, if they didn't find the key, the city, no, the world would be consumed by whatever force the cult had unleashed. Gregson leaned over her desk, his eyes dark with exhaustion. "I've been thinking about what we found in those journals. The ritual, it doesn't just need the blood of the victims. It needs something else. Something from the original cult leader." Anna looked up, her brow furrowing. "What do you mean?" Gregson opened a folder and pointed to an old portrait of a woman, faded with time. "This is Elizabeth Gallo. She was the head of the cult, the one who led the rituals. Her bloodline is key. She's the one who started all of this. If we can find her descendants, or at least something that ties back to her, it might lead us to the artifact." Anna's heart skipped a beat. Elizabeth Gallo. The name sent a chill down her spine. She had read about her. Gallo was not just the leader of the cult. She was believed to have had an unnatural connection to the entity the cult sought to summon. It was rumored that Gallo had even made a pact with the entity, trading her soul for the power to control it. The ritual she had started had been interrupted, but the consequences were still unfolding, and the city was now on the brink of disaster. The detectives wasted no time. They traced Elizabeth Gallo's bloodline, following the twisted threads of her descendants who had scattered across the city. Each lead brought them closer to understanding the artifact, an object that had been passed down through generations, hidden in plain sight. But it was no ordinary relic. It was said to be a key, an object of immense power, capable of either completing or halting the ritual. Anna and Gregson visited the old family estates, uncovering long-buried secrets about the gallows. The current heirs had no knowledge of their dark ancestry, and they appeared completely unaware of the danger surrounding them. But Anna could feel it like a shadow that clung to the air. The gallows had lived their lives in ignorance, but the darkness had never left them. It was still here, waiting. After days of searching, they finally located the artifact, a twisted obsidian statue in the shape of a serpent, its eyes gleaming with a strange, unearthly light. The moment Anna touched it, the air around them seemed to grow heavier. Her heart pounded in her chest, and the whispers intensified in her ears. The statue was more than just an object. It was a conduit, a channel through which the entity could enter the world. The realization hit her like a blow to the chest. This was the final step in the ritual. If they didn't destroy it now, if they didn't sever the connection, the curse would spread beyond their control. Do you feel that? Gregson whispered, his face pale as he stood beside her, watching the artifact pulse with energy. This thing, it's alive. Anna nodded, her hand trembling as she held the serpent statue. It's not just alive. It's connected to everything. The deaths, the fog, the whispers, it's all part of the same force. Gregson turned to her, his face grim. We need to destroy it now. Anna didn't hesitate. She gripped the statue tighter, the weight of the moment settling in her bones. This was it. This was the final trial. If they failed now, there would be no turning back. The entity would be unleashed, and all they had fought for would be in vain. But as she prepared to smash the statue, a voice echoed through the air, cold and ancient. You cannot destroy what is already inside you. Anna froze. The voice was everywhere and nowhere at once, a haunting presence that seemed to wrap around her soul. She turned slowly, searching the shadows, but there was nothing. Nothing but the fog, the heavy silence, and the pulsating statue. Then she saw it out of the corner of her eye, a figure standing in the doorway, shrouded in darkness. It was a woman, tall and slender, her features hidden by a veil of blackness. Her eyes gleamed like two burning coals, filled with malice and ancient power. Anna's breath caught in her throat. Elizabeth Gallo, Anna whispered, her voice trembling. The figure nodded, her lips curling into a sinister smile. So you found it. You found the key. But you cannot stop what has already begun. You've become part of the ritual, just as the others before you. The bloodline is eternal. The curse will never end. Gregson stepped forward, his face hardening with determination. We'll see about that. But Elizabeth Gallo raised her hand, and in an instant, the room seemed to collapse inward. The walls closed around them, the air thickening with an unbearable pressure. Anna gasped for breath as the shadows reached out, pulling her toward them, wrapping around her limbs like chains. The whispers became screams, and the world spun into chaos. In that moment, Anna realized the horrifying truth. They were no longer just fighting for survival. They were fighting for their very souls. The ritual was not just an event. It was a force that transcended time and space, and it had claimed them both. The final trial had begun, and there was no way out. Chapter 10. The Dark Conclusion. The room was engulfed in shadows. Anna's heart raced as she felt the pressure of the dark force closing in on her from all sides. Elizabeth Gallo, or whatever was left of her, stood before them, her presence as overwhelming as the weight of centuries of curses that had settled on her bloodline. The serpent statue pulsed in Anna's hand, its obsidian surface warm, as though alive. The whispers, the maddening chorus of voices, now reached a deafening crescendo, the air thick with their hollow cries. Do you see now, Anna? Elizabeth's voice was a low, almost seductive murmur, a twisted melody of regret and power. You think you can stop this? You think you can end what has been written into the very fabric of this world? You are part of this, as much as I am, as much as your sister was, as much as the others were. Anna stumbled back, her breath catching in her throat. The vision of her sister's face flashed in her mind, her pale eyes wide with terror. She had died years ago, but it was as if her soul had never left this place. It had been caught in the same web, forever bound to the ritual. The thought sent a cold wave of dread through her chest. You don't know me. You don't know what I'll do to stop this, she spat, her voice trembling but defiant. Gregson's hand gripped her shoulder, pulling her back as he scanned the room. We need to destroy the statue. That's the only way. If we break it, we break the ritual. The darkness in the room seemed to swell in response to his words, as if the air itself had become a sentient, malevolent force. Elizabeth's smile twisted into something cruel. You don't understand. It is not the statue that binds us. It is the blood that flows through you, Anna. Your bloodline. You cannot break what is already inside you. Anna's legs felt weak, as if the weight of the curse was literally pulling her to the ground. The serpent statue seemed to pulse in rhythm with her heartbeat, and the whispers grew louder, clearer, more insistent. They were no longer just voices. They were thoughts, her thoughts. They spoke with her sister's voice, with her mother's, with all the others who had come before her. Help us, they begged. Join us. No! Anna screamed, shaking her head. She could feel the pull, the tempting lure of the darkness, but she knew that to give in would be to damn herself and everyone else. Anna, Gregson's voice was steady, but there was a hint of fear in it too. He had seen the same visions, felt the same pull. He had been with her through it all, but now it seemed as if the power was more than they could handle. The truth is, it's not just about breaking the statue, it's about breaking the cycle. The ritual can't be undone unless we destroy the very thing that started it, Elizabeth and everything she's become. It has to be eradicated. The room shifted, as if the very walls were breathing. The shadows seemed to move of their own accord, growing darker, thicker. Anna could no longer distinguish between the real world and the nightmare that had consumed it. The weight of the centuries of bloodshed pressed down on her. She felt herself slipping, losing her grip on reality. And then she heard it again, the voice. Join us. This time, it wasn't just a whisper. It was a command, a pull, like the deep, irresistible gravity of the ocean's tide. It called to her like a siren promising an end to the torment. She could almost feel the cold fingers of the past reaching out to take her, to drag her into the abyss. Her sister's face appeared before her once more, not as a ghost, but as a reminder of everything she had lost. You're not alone, Anna, the voice said. You never were. Gregson's hand tightened around her wrist. Anna, he shouted, shaking her. This is not your sister. This is the curse talking. The darkness is trying to take you. Anna snapped out of the trance, but the room had already shifted again. She could feel the presence of something ancient and powerful, something more than just a ghost or a curse. The very fabric of the world felt like it was coming apart at the seams. The mist from the city had crawled into the room, thickening the air. The floor beneath them creaked as if the building itself was beginning to rot. A low growl like an animal's rumbled from the shadows. Finish it, Anna. Elizabeth's voice came again, more forceful, more insistent. You know you want to. You're just like me, just like all of us. We've all been chosen. We've all been marked. Let it end. Let it all end. For a moment, Anna stood frozen. She could feel the weight of the choice pressing down on her. On one hand, the whispers, the promises, the pull of the curse. On the other, Gregson's voice, urging her to fight, to destroy, to stop this madness. She felt her pulse quicken, her breath shallow. She had come so far. She had faced so many horrors, but nothing had prepared her for this. Nothing had prepared her for the moment when the choice would be hers. Then, something inside her snapped. With a sudden burst of clarity, Anna stepped forward, her eyes locked onto the serpent statue. The pulse of power radiated from it, but she could feel her own strength rising to meet it. The dark force was powerful, but it was also desperate. It needed her. It needed her to surrender, and she would not. I will not become you, Anna whispered, her voice fierce with defiance. She raised the statue high, and with a single, forceful motion, she brought it crashing down against the stone floor. The impact was deafening. For a moment, everything seemed to stop. The mist, the whispers, the shadows, everything held its breath. Anna staggered back, her heart racing, as the world seemed to shudder around her. The walls cracked, and the ground trembled beneath her feet. Then, with a roar that felt like the earth itself was splitting, the statue shattered into 1,000 pieces. The darkness screamed. A massive, swirling vortex of shadows erupted from the broken pieces of the serpent statue. The very air seemed to buckle, as though it were being sucked into the abyss. Elizabeth's form screamed in rage and pain, her once beautiful face contorting into a grotesque mask of hatred and despair. The very foundation of the building trembled as the cursed entity that had been bound for centuries sought to break free. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the vortex collapsed in on itself. The shadows vanished, the air cleared, and the mist that had smothered the city was gone. Anna stood in the center of the room, gasping for breath, her heart pounding in her chest. The weight that had clung to her for so long had lifted, but she knew the battle wasn't over. The curse had been broken for now, but its echoes would remain, lingering like a scar on the fabric of reality. Gregson was at her side, his face pale but relieved. "You did it. You stopped it." Anna looked at him, her eyes hollow, exhausted. "It's not over. Not completely. But it's done for now." The city outside seemed oddly still, as if holding its breath, waiting. But for the first time in weeks, Anna felt the weight of the darkness lift. She had faced the terror, and she had won, at least for now. But as they walked out of the crumbling building and into the pale light of dawn, Anna knew that whatever had been awakened could never truly be destroyed. It would return, and when it did, they would be waiting. The darkness would always find a way. The Mystery of the Abandoned Asylum. Chapter 1. The Silent Asylum. Miguel Rodriguez wasn't the type of journalist to back down from a challenge. His career had been built on chasing down the untold stories, the ones that lurked in the shadows of society stories that often didn't have a clear ending, but rather a string of unanswered questions. So when he first heard the rumors about the abandoned asylum at Valle Nevado, he wasn't deterred by the fear that seemed to cling to its name. In fact, he was intrigued. This was the kind of story that could make his career, the kind of mystery that demanded to be unraveled. The asylum had been shuttered decades ago, officially closed due to a government initiative to improve patient care and relocate individuals to more modern facilities. But there was little proof to support this. No records of the patients being moved, no official statements that made sense. Just whispers of vanished residents, of doctors who had never returned from their late-night rounds, and of staff who'd mysteriously disappeared in the dead of night. The few who dared venture near the building spoke of unsettling phenomena, strange sounds, shadows that moved against the wind, and a sense of being watched. The place itself was tucked away in a remote corner of the country, deep in the hills and surrounded by thick forest. There was no easy way to reach it, no clear path leading to the decaying structure. The locals avoided it entirely, as if the land itself had grown sick of the asylum's dark history. Yet Miguel, driven by a need for answers, saw only opportunity. He packed his gear, a camera, voice recorder, and a notebook, and headed out, eager to uncover the truth behind this decaying monument to madness. The moment Miguel crossed the iron gates of the asylum, a chill swept over him. The gate creaked and groaned as he pushed it open, its rusted hinges protesting against the intrusion. He could see nothing beyond the mist that clung to the ground like a living thing, a thick fog that blurred the edges of reality. The towering asylum loomed ahead, its crumbling facade barely visible through the haze. The stone walls, once a proud symbol of institutional authority, were now streaked with time and neglect. Broken windows stared out like hollow eyes. There was something grotesque about the sight, something that made his stomach churn in a way he couldn't quite explain. As Miguel stepped forward, his boots crunching on the gravel, a strange weight settled in the air, as if the world itself was holding its breath. The building seemed to exhale a heavy, oppressive sigh, as if it had been waiting for someone like him to arrive. He lifted his camera and began snapping pictures of the exterior, trying to capture the eerie silence that enveloped the place. There was no sound of wildlife here, no birds, no rustling leaves. It was as though the asylum had sucked all life from its surroundings. He found the front door ajar, the wooden panels warped and rotting with age. As he pushed it open, the hinges groaned in protest, and a gust of cold air rushed past him, carrying with it the scent of mildew and decay. Stepping inside, the light from his flashlight barely cut through the thick darkness. The interior was a labyrinth of crumbling walls, broken furniture, and abandoned equipment that had been left behind in a hasty exit. In the distance, a single light flickered weakly, casting strange, elongated shadows across the floor. Miguel's footsteps echoed loudly in the silence, a constant reminder of his intrusion. As he moved further into the building, he began to feel a strange unease, a sensation that someone, or something, was watching him. He paused for a moment, holding his breath. In the distance, the faint sound of something scraping against the floor reached his ears. He turned quickly, but there was nothing there. His heart began to beat a little faster, but he pushed the feeling aside. "It's just old pipes, or the wind," he muttered to himself, though even he wasn't sure he believed it. The deeper Miguel ventured into the asylum, the more unsettling the atmosphere became. The walls were covered with peeling paint and faded, once bright murals that had long since lost their color. The air was thick with the musty smell of mold, and the floor was littered with debris, broken glass, papers scattered like fallen leaves, and rusted metal implements that had no place being here. It was as if time had stopped the moment the asylum closed, trapping everything within its walls. As Miguel rounded a corner, he noticed a hallway that seemed particularly foreboding, a narrow corridor shrouded in darkness. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up as he took a hesitant step forward, the beam of his flashlight casting strange angles of light on the walls. The atmosphere in this part of the asylum felt different, heavy, almost as if the air itself was pressing in on him. He took another step, and that's when he heard it again, a faint, distant whisper, so soft that he almost thought he imagined it. He froze, listening. The whisper wasn't in any language he could understand, but it was unmistakably there, just beyond his reach. Miguel's pulse quickened. "Hello?" he called out, his voice unnaturally loud in the silence. His voice echoed down the hall, but there was no answer, only the persistent whispering that seemed to grow fainter the further he walked. He glanced back, half expecting to see someone behind him, but the hallway was empty. The feeling of being watched only intensified, a cold, prickling sensation creeping down his spine. He didn't know why, but at that moment, he had the undeniable feeling that he was not alone in this forsaken place. Chapter 2. The echoes of the past. Miguel had expected the asylum to be old, run down, and perhaps a little creepy. What he hadn't prepared for, however, was the oppressive sense of history that seemed to hang in the air. The longer he stayed inside, the more he felt as though the walls themselves were alive, whispering to him remnants of something long dead, but never truly gone. The silence was deafening, and yet beneath it, there were other sounds, the faint scratching of nails on stone, the distant murmur of voices, and the heavy sighs of the building settling under its own weight. He wandered through what appeared to be the administration wing. The rooms were sparse, filled with decaying furniture and shelves piled high with brittle old books. Most of the windows were either boarded up or shattered, allowing only the faintest light to trickle in. Yet, the place didn't feel abandoned. It felt haunted, as if the souls of the former patients were still tethered to this forsaken place. Miguel couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't just a visitor here, he was intruding, disrupting something that had been quiet for far too long. As he explored further, he noticed something strange. The walls seemed to vibrate ever so slightly, as though they were alive, pulsing with an energy that was both foreign and familiar. It was subtle at first, just the barest tremor under his fingertips as he touched the walls. But then it grew, slowly, unnervingly, until Miguel could feel the vibrations in his chest, like the low hum of a sickly heartbeat. He pulled his hand away, his heart pounding in his ears, but the sensation remained, lingering like an invisible hand pressing down on him. It wasn't until he ventured deeper into the asylum that he began to find clues, scraps of paper, old medical files, and fragments of patient records scattered across the floor. The handwriting was uneven, almost frantic, as if whoever had written it had been in a desperate hurry. One document caught his eye. It was a report detailing an experimental treatment designed to cure mental illness. But the treatment wasn't anything like the usual therapies. It involved unorthodox methods, questionable drugs, and worst of all, the use of restraint and physical conditioning to force compliance. It was clear from the fragmented sentences that the experiments were not only cruel, but highly dangerous. The more Miguel read, the more he felt a creeping dread wash over him. These experiments were not some misguided attempt to help the patients, they were monstrous acts, designed to break the human mind and rebuild it according to some twisted vision. He shoved the papers into his bag, but something in the back of his mind told him that this was only the beginning. There were more answers to be found here, deeper in the asylum's heart. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the hallway, sending Miguel's heart into his throat. He whirled around, flashlight flicking erratically as he scanned the dark corners of the room. For a moment, he thought it might have been the wind, but the silence that followed was unnerving. No creaks, no moans from the old building. Just an unnatural stillness that wrapped itself around him like a suffocating fog. He stood there, frozen, listening for any hint of movement. A shadow shifted in the corner of his vision. Miguel spun toward it, his breath caught in his throat. There was nothing there, just the empty hallway, stretching out before him like an endless abyss. His pulse raced as he tried to rationalize what he had seen. Maybe it was just a trick of the light, he thought. Maybe the exhaustion was finally starting to get to him. But deep down, he knew it wasn't. The asylum had always been more than just a building. It was a vessel for the horrors that had unfolded within its walls. As he continued down the hallway, he stumbled upon a small, neglected room. Inside, a cracked mirror hung crookedly on the wall. Beneath it, an old iron bed frame lay rusting, with tattered sheets clinging to it like remnants of a forgotten nightmare. But what caught Miguel's attention was the strange symbol carved into the wooden floorboards. It was an odd shape, half sun, half crescent moon, with a series of jagged lines radiating outward. It looked like a symbol of some ancient, twisted ritual, and it sent a chill down his spine. Before he could inspect it further, his attention was drawn to something even more disturbing. On the wall, there were several mark scratches etched into the surface, almost as if someone had used their nails to carve into the stone. The marks were deep, jagged, and uneven, as if the person who had made them had been in extreme pain or distress. Some of the scratches formed words, but they were nearly illegible, worn away by time and decay. He leaned closer, straining to read the faded letters. What he could make out sent a shiver through him. "They won't let us go. The doctors are still here." Miguel took a step back, a sense of nausea swirling in his gut. The doctors, the ones who had conducted the experiments, the ones responsible for the suffering that seemed to permeate every inch of this place? He wasn't sure what to make of it, but the realization hit him hard. Whatever had happened in this asylum, whatever horrors had been unleashed, they hadn't ended with the closure of the building. They were still here, trapped in the walls, in the floors, in the very air itself. Just then, a sound pierced the heavy silence, a soft, guttural whisper, too close to be ignored. It was a voice, and it was coming from somewhere nearby. Miguel's breath caught in his throat as he turned toward the sound, his heart hammering in his chest. The whisper grew louder, and then he could make out the words, though they were slurred and distorted, as though spoken by something not entirely human. "Leave now. It's too late." Miguel stood frozen, the weight of the asylum's past pressing down on him. He had come here to uncover the truth, but now he wasn't so sure he wanted to know it. What if the voices were right? What if the truth was something too dark to bear? And what if, by digging too deep, he would awaken something that had long since been buried? Chapter 3. The Lost Diary. The whispering voices in the asylum seemed to follow Miguel wherever he went, growing more persistent as he ventured deeper into the darkened halls. Each step he took felt heavier than the last, like the building itself was pressing in on him, urging him to stop. But he couldn't. Not yet. He had come this far, and something deep within him drove him forward. Even as the growing unease gnawed at his every thought, he needed to know more. It wasn't until he stumbled upon a small abandoned room near the back of the asylum that he finally found something substantial, a forgotten journal, half buried beneath a pile of decaying books. The leather binding was cracked and worn, its pages yellowed with age. The room itself was nearly untouched, as if no one had set foot here in decades. A thin layer of dust covered everything, and the only light came from the small beam of his flashlight, which flickered uncertainly as he approached the desk where the diary lay. Miguel's fingers trembled as he picked it up, the leather warm from having been hidden for so long. He sat down at the desk and opened it carefully, knowing that this could be the breakthrough he had been looking for. The first few pages were filled with scribbled notes, scrawled in a frantic hand passages that seemed to spill from the author's mind with no regard for clarity. The further Miguel read, the more disturbed he became. The entries detailed strange visions, vivid dreams that seemed to bleed into reality. The author spoke of voices in the walls, whispers urging him to follow them, to seek out hidden truths. The name on the first page was Carlos Alvarado. Miguel's heart skipped a beat. He recognized the name from the old patient records he had found earlier. Carlos had been one of the first to undergo the experimental treatments in the asylum, a young man with a violent history. But as Miguel read further, it became clear that Carlos had been more than just a patient. He had been a victim of something far darker. The diary spoke of experiments, drugs, shock therapies, and brutal methods of control that were meant to break the spirit. But the most chilling part was what Carlos described next. He wrote about becoming a part of something greater, something otherworldly. Carlos wrote that the more he was subjected to the treatments, the more he began to lose his sense of self. His thoughts grew fragmented, like pieces of a broken mirror, each reflecting a different version of himself. At times, he felt as though his very soul was being torn apart, reshaped by the hands of unseen forces. He wrote about seeing things that shouldn't exist, shadowy figures that moved just beyond his vision, eyes that followed him even when he was alone, whispers that were louder than the screams of his fellow patients. But what terrified him the most were the voices that came from deep within the asylum's walls, urging him to join them. Miguel felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead as he read on. Carlos's writings became more and more erratic, filled with bizarre symbols and cryptic messages. But there was one recurring name, Dr. Ignacio Delgado. The name stood out like a dark omen, and Miguel couldn't shake the feeling that this was the key to unraveling the asylum's secrets. According to Carlos, Dr. Delgado had been the mastermind behind the experiments, a man obsessed with the idea of transcending the human mind. The more Miguel read, the more it became clear that Dr. Delgado had believed that true mental control could only be achieved by breaking the mind completely. He had experimented with everything from sensory deprivation to drugs that altered perception, trying to unlock the hidden potential within the human brain. Carlos's diary revealed that the doctor had not only conducted these experiments on his patients, but had also been experimenting on himself. He had believed that by pushing the boundaries of human consciousness, he could create something new, something that existed beyond the confines of the physical world. And in doing so, he had awakened something terrible. The last few pages of the diary were stained with something dark, almost black. Miguel couldn't tell if it was ink or something else, but it was clear that the final entries had been written in desperation. Carlos wrote about being hunted by them, a collective of voices and shadows that seemed to be growing in number. He spoke of strange, half-human creatures that lurked in the asylum's halls, once patients now twisted by the doctor's experiments. They were no longer human, not in the way that Miguel understood it. They were something else, something beyond the veil of human comprehension, and they were coming for him. Miguel's hands shook as he turned the last page. Carlos's final entry was brief, but it chilled him to the bone. They are here. I can feel them watching. I will not be the last. If you read this, leave. Do not stay. They will come for you too. The doctor, he is still here. The entry was signed with a single jagged line that looked like a crude drawing of an eye. Miguel sat back, his mind reeling. What he had just read confirmed everything he had feared and more. The experiments were far worse than he had imagined, and they had left something behind, something that could never be erased, never forgotten. The asylum was not just a place of madness, it was a breeding ground for something far darker, a doorway to something unnatural, and whatever it was still waiting. The weight of the diary felt heavy in his hands, like a warning that he had ignored all this time. As he placed it down carefully on the desk, the whispering voices began again, this time louder, more insistent. They were calling his name. He felt his pulse quicken, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. He wasn't alone anymore. Something was moving in the shadows, something that had been waiting for him to find the diary. The asylum was alive, and it was hungry. Chapter 4. The disappearance of the patients. As Miguel placed the diary back down, the weight of what he had just uncovered seemed to press down on him. The words of Carlos Alvarado echoed in his mind, the haunting final entry warning him of the horrors that still stalked the asylum's crumbling halls. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was no longer alone in the building, that something, or someone, was watching him, waiting for him to uncover the final pieces of the puzzle. The voices in the walls grew louder, more insistent, like a chorus of tormented souls calling out from the depths. But it wasn't just the supernatural presence that had Miguel on edge, it was the mystery that lingered in the air, thick and suffocating. What had happened to the other patients? Why had they vanished without a trace? Determined to find more answers, Miguel made his way back to the administration wing. The room was bathed in a sickly greenish light, filtering in through cracked windows, casting long, distorted shadows on the floor. The air felt dense, as if the very building was holding its breath, waiting for something. As he scanned the room, he noticed a series of old patient records, scattered haphazardly on a desk, their pages yellowed and brittle with age. The names written on the files made his blood run cold. He recognized many of them patients who had once been under Dr. Delgado's care, whose names had been filed away in the official records. But there was something missing. There were no notes on what had happened to them after the asylum was shut down. No explanations for their disappearance. They had simply vanished, as if they had never existed at all. Some of the records were incomplete, as though someone had deliberately removed the most important details. Miguel's fingers trembled as he sifted through the files, searching for anything that could shed light on their fates. He came across one file in particular that stood out. The name on it was Maria Mendoza. The file was incomplete, but the few notes that remained were chilling. Maria had been a young woman, just 22, who had been admitted to the asylum after a series of violent outbursts. The notes described her as aggressive and unmanageable, but the last entry, dated just days before the asylum's closure, was the most unsettling. Patient no longer responding to treatments. Behavior worsening. Recommended for further observation. There was no indication of her fate after that. No mention of her ever leaving the asylum. Miguel felt a tight knot form in his stomach. Where had Maria gone? What had happened to her? As he dug deeper into the files, he began to notice a disturbing pattern. The patients who had been subjected to Dr. Delgado's experiments, those who had shown signs of extreme psychological distress, were the ones who had vanished without a trace. Some had been sent to the basement for special treatment. Others had been relocated to private rooms for observation. But none of them had ever been officially discharged. They simply disappeared. The silence in the room was broken only by the soft rustle of paper as Miguel turned the pages. He found a second file, this one belonging to Esteban Ruiz, a man who had been committed to the asylum after being found wandering the streets, incoherent and covered in blood. The file noted that Esteban had been violent, unpredictable, and often hysterical. But the strangest thing about his case was that he had been found with no memory of the event that led to his admission. His file also contained a series of strange, cryptic notes written by Dr. Delgado. The notes were brief, but they described Esteban as a vessel for something greater, something that the doctor believed could be unlocked through further experimentation. Esteban's final entry, however, was the most alarming. Patient has shown signs of violent hallucinations. No further contact possible. The file abruptly ended there. Miguel felt his heart race as he read the last few words. No further contact possible. The phrase sent a cold shiver down his spine. What had happened to these patients? Had they died under the doctor's care? Or had they been subjected to something far worse? Miguel knew that whatever had happened to them, it had been covered up, hidden in the asylum's dark, forgotten corners. The building itself seemed to hold the truth just beyond reach, like a puzzle with no solution. As he turned to leave the administration wing, his flashlight flickered, casting the room in an eerie half-light. He heard a creaking sound, slow and deliberate, as if someone was walking just behind him. Miguel spun around, but there was nothing. The room was empty, save for the scattered papers and the dusty furniture. But something felt off. The air was heavier now, thick with the stench of decay and something far more sinister. He could almost hear the faint sound of footsteps in the hallway, as though someone or something was moving just out of his sight. With a growing sense of dread, Miguel made his way down the dark corridor, his footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of dust on the floor. The hallway seemed to stretch endlessly before him, the shadows creeping along the walls like living things. It was in the hallway, near a set of stairs leading to the basement, that he found something truly disturbing, a bloodstain dark and smeared across the floor. It led to a closed door at the end of the corridor, its hinges rusted and broken. The stain was fresh, as though someone had been dragged along the floor just hours before. Miguel's stomach churned, but he pressed on. He couldn't stop now, not when he was so close. When he opened the door, a wave of cold air hit him, and he stepped into what appeared to be an abandoned storage room. The shelves were empty, save for a few forgotten items covered in dust. But what caught his attention was a small locked chest tucked into the corner. His heart raced as he approached it, his hand trembling as he touched the cold metal. It was old, rusted, and looked as though it hadn't been disturbed in years. But there was something about it, something that felt wrong. The lock was simple, but as Miguel pulled it open, the chest creaked, revealing its contents. Inside, there were scraps of clothing torn, stained, and covered in dirt. And beneath them, an old, faded photograph. It was a group of patients, their faces drawn and hollow, staring blankly at the camera. But one of them stood out. A young woman with wide, terrified eyes. Maria Mendoza. Chapter 5. The nighttime exploration nightfall brought a quiet that was unnatural, even for an abandoned building. The wind outside howled against the broken windows of the asylum, but inside, all was still, eerily still. Miguel had decided that he couldn't wait any longer. The daylight hours had been enough to give him a glimpse of the horrors that had unfolded within these walls, but there was something that still eluded him, something he couldn't quite reach. His curiosity had become an obsession, and it was no longer just about the story, it was about the truth, no matter how terrifying that truth might be. Armed with his flashlight and the determination to uncover whatever dark secrets were hidden, Miguel set out to explore the asylum after dark. The place had already given him enough to question his sanity, but there was something else, something deep within the building that called to him, urging him to go deeper. The air grew colder as he stepped further into the heart of the asylum, and a silence seemed to swallow every sound he made. The walls seemed to close in on him, suffocating him with their oppressive weight. The eerie atmosphere made it difficult to breathe, as though the very air was thick with the remnants of suffering. As Miguel moved through the asylum's halls, he noticed that some of the shadows seemed to shift, almost as if they were alive. He paused, scanning the hallway with his flashlight, but there was nothing there, just the empty rooms, the decaying furniture, and the remnants of a once dreadful institution. Yet the longer he stared into the darkness, the more he felt the distinct sensation of eyes on him. He couldn't shake the feeling that something, or someone, was watching his every move, waiting for him to make a mistake, to falter, to give in to fear. When he reached the main hallway, the one where he had found the strange blood stain earlier, his heart skipped a beat. The stain was gone. There was no trace of it, no sign that it had ever been there at all. He rubbed his eyes, wondering if he had imagined it, but there was no denying the unmistakable impression it had left on him. He had seen it, he had touched it, and now it was gone. As he stood there, pondering what could have happened, the temperature dropped suddenly. A cold gust of air swept through the hall, and for a split second, he thought he saw something moving at the far end of the corridor. A figure, tall and hunched, drifting like a shadow. Miguel's pulse quickened, and he instinctively stepped back, his flashlight wavering in his hand. The figure disappeared into the darkness before he could fully register what he had seen. Was it real? His breath came in shallow gasps as he stood frozen, straining to hear any sound. The building was silent again, almost too silent. The kind of silence that made every creak of wood, every groan of the foundation, feel like a warning. But despite his growing unease, he pressed on. He couldn't turn back now. There was too much at stake. He had to see this through to the end. He continued down the hallway, his footsteps echoing unnervingly loud in the stillness. As he passed a row of empty rooms, he saw something else, an old door, half open, with a faint light flickering from within. Miguel approached cautiously, his breath held in his throat. The light wasn't coming from a bulb. It was a faint, unnatural glow, like the reflection of something far beyond this world. He pushed the door open slowly, the hinges protesting with a low grinding noise. Inside, the room was dark, save for the soft, pulsing light that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. The air was thick, suffocating, and it carried with it an odor that made Miguel's stomach turn like something dead had been left to rot. As he stepped inside, the light seemed to intensify, and he could make out the faint outlines of strange symbols etched into the walls. They were arranged in a pattern that was both familiar and unsettling, resembling the symbols Carlos Alvarado had mentioned in his diary. He ran his fingers along one of the markings, sharp, deep gouges in the stone, and felt a strange vibration beneath his fingertips, as though the wall was alive. He recoiled, his heartbeat hammering in his chest. The room had a pulse, a rhythm, as though it were breathing. The walls themselves seemed to hum with the energy of something old and forgotten. Miguel could feel it now. Something was shifting in the air, something that had been dormant for years, waiting for the right moment to awaken. A low, guttural growl echoed through the room, and Miguel spun around, his flashlight beam darting wildly across the walls. The light caught something in the corner of the room, a shadow that was moving, twisting, taking shape. It was no longer a mere trick of the light. Whatever it was real, and it was coming closer. Miguel's breath caught in his throat as the shadow began to take form. It wasn't human. It was too tall, too long, with limbs that seemed to bend and stretch in unnatural ways. Its features were obscured, lost in the darkness, but its presence filled the room with a suffocating pressure. It wasn't just watching him, it was hunting him. Miguel took a step back, his legs shaking, his mind racing. He knew that whatever was in this room was not a product of the asylum's past. It was something born from the experiments, from the madness that had consumed this place, something that had survived when the patients had died, something that had never left. Before he could react, the shadow lunged at him, its arms reaching out with terrifying speed. Miguel stumbled backward, his body slamming into the wall behind him. He barely managed to raise his flashlight in time to catch a glimpse of its face, if it could be called a face at all. It was a mess of contorted flesh, eyes that bulged unnaturally, and a mouth twisted in a grotesque smile that stretched too wide. The creature let out a sound that was both human and inhuman, a shriek of hunger that filled his ears with its madness. Miguel's survival instincts kicked in. He turned and ran, the adrenaline flooding his system, pushing him to escape. He didn't know what he had seen, but he knew it was not a hallucination. The asylum had birthed something horrific, something that could not be contained by time or death. As he sprinted down the hallway, the sound of footsteps clawed, inhuman echoed behind him, growing louder with each passing second. He didn't dare look back. He could hear the walls groan, as if the building itself was alive, shifting to trap him inside. Whatever had been unleashed here, whatever had been hidden from the world, was awake now, and it wasn't going to let him leave. Chapter 6. The shadow. In the hallway, Miguel ran through the twisting halls, his breath ragged and desperate, his heart pounding in his chest like a drumbeat echoing through the empty corridors. The thing, whatever it was, chased him, its heavy, ragged footsteps growing closer with every frantic stride. The walls seemed to close in on him, narrowing, bending, as if the asylum itself had turned against him, trying to trap him in its web of horror. His flashlight flickered wildly, casting long, jittering shadows against the walls, distorting his surroundings until the asylum felt like an endless nightmare, a labyrinth with no exit. He didn't dare look back. His mind was consumed with one thought: escape. But no matter how fast he ran, the air grew thicker, colder, and the sounds of pursuit were unrelenting. That horrible, grotesque shriek, the thing's twisted scream, rang in his ears, and he could feel its presence creeping up behind him. Every instinct told him to keep moving, but his body felt as if it were slowing down, weighed down by the oppressive darkness that seemed to spread with every step. It was like running through tar. Finally, Miguel reached the end of the hallway, where the once grand staircase led to the lower levels of the asylum. He could hear the faint echoes of voices, distant whispers, just barely audible coming from below. They were familiar voices, too familiar, as if the very souls of the asylum's past were calling out to him. He hesitated for only a moment, but it was enough. The shrieking sound grew louder, closer, closer, and Miguel had no choice but to take the plunge. He bolted down the staircase, hoping the creature would be too slow to follow. The stairs creaked under his weight as he descended into the bowels of the asylum. where the light was near non-existent. The basement was cold, damp, and smelled of mold, decay, and something far worse. The air was thick with the stench of old death, the walls stained with mildew and grime. But as Miguel's flashlight beam swept across the room, his heart sank into his stomach. There, in the far corner, was a shape, a hulking figure, motionless, its head bowed as if in waiting. It wasn't moving, but the presence was undeniable. It was there, standing in the shadows, as if it had been waiting for him to arrive. Miguel's instinct screamed at him to turn around, to flee, but something inside him, the lingering sense of curiosity, kept him rooted to the spot. His eyes traced the figure slowly, and as his light flickered across the shape, he realized it wasn't just one of the twisted patients he had read about in the records. This was something else entirely. The creature's body was deformed, its limbs unnaturally long, bent in sickening angles. Its skin was stretched tight over its bones, pale and slick with moisture. It looked almost human, but it was a grotesque parody, a mockery of humanity. Its mouth opened slightly, revealing rows of sharp, jagged teeth, and as it lifted its head to face Miguel, he saw that its eyes were pure, black, dark voids that seemed to swallow any light that dared to approach. For a moment, the world seemed to stop. Time itself felt suspended as Miguel stared at the thing, paralyzed by its presence. It wasn't just a hallucination, it was real. And it was staring at him as if it knew exactly who he was. But that was impossible, wasn't it? How could it know him, a stranger, a mere intruder in this hellish place? And yet there was no mistaking the malevolent intelligence behind its gaze. It wasn't just a mindless creature. It was something far worse, a being with purpose, with an agenda, with a capacity to plan and manipulate. A sudden crackle of static burst from Miguel's radio, breaking the silence. He jumped, startled by the sharp sound, and nearly dropped his flashlight. The voice that followed was distorted, almost indecipherable, but Miguel recognized it immediately. It was Laura, one of the journalists who had joined him on the investigation. Miguel, do you hear me? We're at the main floor. Something's wrong. We need to get out now." Miguel's heart raced. He grabbed the radio and pressed it to his ear, struggling to hear over the blood pounding in his head. "Laura, what's happening? What do you mean, what's wrong?" Before she could respond, the radio crackled again, and then there was nothing but static. Silence. It was as if the air itself had swallowed the transmission. Panic surged in Miguel's chest. He couldn't stay here any longer. He had to find his team. He had to get them out. But when he turned to run, the creature moved, its limbs snapping into position with an unnatural quickness. It wasn't chasing him anymore. It was blocking the only way out. Miguel's chest tightened in terror. There was nowhere to go, no escape. He was trapped in the depths of the asylum, surrounded by horrors that were never meant to be unleashed. His mind raced as he searched desperately for another way out. But the creature was closing in, step by slow step, its black eyes never leaving him. Without warning, a sharp, echoing scream filled the air. It wasn't Miguel. It wasn't the creature. It was Laura's voice, faint but unmistakable, and it came from the far end of the hallway, where Miguel had been just moments before. The scream was cut off abruptly, replaced by a horrible, guttural sound like bones breaking, followed by a low, dripping noise that echoed in the otherwise still air. Miguel's instincts took over. He didn't care if he had no plan, no idea how to escape. His team was in danger. Laura was in danger. The creature's growls grew louder as it slowly advanced toward him, but he didn't wait. He turned and sprinted toward the hallway, desperately trying to ignore the horror that threatened to consume him. But as he reached the door to the staircase, a shadow moved in front of him more than one. This time, he was not alone. Something else was in the hallway, something faster, something even darker than the creature he had just encountered. The hallway was alive with movement, with whispers, with the promise of something terrible. And then, everything went black. Chapter 7. The Forgotten Experiment. Miguel's mind swirled with panic and confusion as he staggered through the pitch-black halls of the asylum. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and the oppressive weight of something malevolent pressing down on him seemed to intensify with every step. The creature he had encountered, the grotesque, twisted thing that had stalked him in the basement, was not the only horror lurking in these forsaken halls. Something worse was waiting, something older. Its presence felt in the very fabric of the asylum itself. And now, as the darkness enveloped him, Miguel could no longer deny the truth. The asylum had been a breeding ground for madness, for horrors that defied all logic and explanation. His thoughts were a whirlwind of fear and desperation. Laura's scream echoed in his mind, and his heart pounded in his chest as he rushed through the empty corridors. He could barely hear his own footsteps over the thundering noise of his heartbeat. He had to find her. He had to find the others. But where could they be? The asylum was a labyrinth, a maze of corridors and rooms that seemed to stretch on forever. The light from his flashlight flickered again, casting long, trembling shadows across the walls. There was no telling what was real anymore, what was a shadow, and what was a predator waiting to strike. Suddenly, he heard something, a faint scratching sound, like nails dragging across stone. He froze, straining his ears to listen. The sound was coming from behind a door up ahead, one that was slightly ajar. Miguel's gut twisted in response. He couldn't ignore it. If someone or something was behind that door, it was either an ally or a predator. He had to make the decision quickly. Without thinking, he approached the door, his hand trembling as he gripped the cold metal handle. The door opened with a groan, the hinges protesting against the weight of time. As he stepped inside, the air seemed to grow colder still, and the room before him was dimly lit by a single flickering bulb hanging from the ceiling. His flashlight swept across the room, revealing rusted equipment, old medical tables, and rows of shelves filled with forgotten tools and instruments. The space was a makeshift laboratory, long abandoned yet still eerily intact, as if the place had been frozen in time. And then he saw at the centerpiece of the room. In the center stood a large metal table covered in stains that could only be blood, remnants of past horrors. The walls around him were adorned with strange symbols, similar to those he had seen earlier in the abandoned room upstairs. Miguel's stomach churned. It was clear now. This room was the heart of the experiments. This was where the Dr. Delgado had performed his sickening research. The evidence was all around him, in the form of discarded syringes, vials of chemicals that had long since dried up, and faded documents that lay scattered across the floor. It was all there, the broken remnants of a place where human lives had been used as test subjects, tortured for the sake of treatment. And yet there was something else, something that filled the air with a heavy, nauseating sense of dread. As he sifted through the papers, he found several hastily scrawled notes, each one more disturbing than the last. Patient 136 aggression at 3 a.m. Injection failed. Subject in severe pain, still unresponsive. Increased dosage. Patient 142 hallucinations have escalated. Cannot distinguish reality from delusion. Administered shock therapy. Patient 154 severe convulsions. Heart rate irregular. Preparing subject for termination. The entries were cold, clinical, as if the patients were nothing more than objects to be experimented on and discarded. But as Miguel read on, he found something that made his blood run cold. It was a name he had seen earlier in the patient records. Maria Mendoza. Patient 154, Maria Mendoza, unable to control violent tendencies. Administered experimental drug, compound X-13. Result, unknown. Miguel's hands shook as he reread the entry. Maria Mendoza. She had been here. She had been one of the test subjects, the same patient whose file he had found in the administration room, the one who had disappeared without a trace. He had wondered what had happened to her, but now he knew. She hadn't just disappeared. She had been part of something far darker. The experiments that Dr. Delgado had conducted weren't about curing mental illness. They were about transforming people, twisting their minds and bodies into something unrecognizable. Suddenly, a sharp, rasping breath broke the silence in the room. Miguel whipped around, his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. There, in the corner, a figure stirred. At first he thought it was just another hallucination, another figment of his overworked mind. But as the figure moved, he saw it was real. A woman, thin and gaunt, her skin pale and stretched tight over her bones, her eyes wide and unblinking. It was Maria Mendoza, or what was left of her. She was alive, but barely. Her body was emaciated, her hair matted and tangled, and her clothes were little more than rags. Her gaze locked onto Miguel's, and for a moment, he thought he saw a flicker of recognition. But there was no humanity in her eyes. There was only rage, madness, and a deep, overwhelming emptiness. She staggered forward, her movements jerky and disjointed, as though she were fighting to maintain control of her own body. Miguel's heart raced as he backed away, but his foot hit something on the floor, and he stumbled. He caught himself just in time, but the noise seemed to stir something in Maria. She let out a low, guttural growl, a noise that was more animal than human, and lunged at him. Her hands, claw-like and twitching with unnatural speed, reached for his throat. Miguel barely managed to dodge her attack, his heart hammering in his chest as he scrambled backward. His mind screamed at him to run, to escape, but he couldn't tear his eyes away from her. Maria wasn't just a victim of Dr. Delgado's experiments. She was a product of them, one of the first, perhaps, but not the last. He realized then that the experiments had not been isolated incidents. Dr. Delgado had been perfecting something far more monstrous, a way to create monsters, beings who were no longer human, beings who had been stripped of their minds, their souls, their very essence. And now, Maria was one of them. With a final, desperate surge of adrenaline, Miguel pushed himself to his feet and bolted for the door, his mind racing. The creature that had been chasing him, the horrors lurking in the asylum, had all been the result of Dr. Delgado's madness. But Maria was the key. Chapter 8. The Macabre Revelation. Miguel's pulse raced as he stumbled away from Maria Mendoza. Her deranged, haunting form now burned into his mind forever. The flashlight in his hand shook uncontrollably as he scanned the room, heart pounding in his ears. What had she become? What had Dr. Delgado done to her? The realization struck him with the force of a physical blow. He had thought the asylum's horrors were confined to the past, buried in the forgotten corners of history. But no, this was still happening. Whatever Dr. Delgado had begun, it had never truly ended. The experiments, the madness, they were ongoing, waiting to consume anyone who dared enter. Miguel's mind spun, trying to process what he had just witnessed, but there was no time to dwell on it. Laura, his team, the others, they were still out there, lost somewhere in the labyrinthine halls of this cursed place. He had to find them. He had to get them out before the asylum swallowed them whole, just as it had swallowed so many before. As he stumbled into the hallway, trying to steady his breathing, his thoughts were interrupted by the sudden crackling of his radio. "Miguel, are you there?" It was Laura's voice, faint but alive. "We're at the main floor, the one with the spiral staircase. Something is wrong. We can hear things. It's getting worse." Her voice was trembling, desperate. "Please, help us." Miguel didn't wait for another word. He raced toward the main floor, the corridors growing colder and darker as he descended deeper into the bowels of the asylum. The air felt thick, as if it were made of dread itself. The walls seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy, their faded wallpaper peeling away like the skin of some ancient decaying beast. Every step Miguel took felt heavier than the last, as though the very ground beneath him was fighting to keep him from escaping. When he finally reached the main floor, his flashlight cut through the darkness, revealing an eerie stillness. The once grand, wide staircase that had stood at the center of the asylum now appeared like the skeletal remains of a long-dead structure, its banisters warped and twisted with age. At the base of the stairs, a strange sight awaited him. The air was thick with fog that seemed unnatural, too thick, too heavy. His stomach churned as he scanned the space, searching for any sign of Laura or the others. He didn't have to look far. In the center of the fog, near the staircase, a shape began to emerge. It was another figure, one that moved in jerky, unnatural motions. Miguel's heart dropped into his stomach as the figure took form. It was another patient, another product of Dr. Delgado's twisted experiments, but this one was different. The skin on its face had been flayed, revealing the raw, red tissue underneath, the eyes too wide, the mouth too stretched, as if in a constant, silent scream. Its hands were long and clawed, its fingers twitching with malevolent energy. Before Miguel could react, the creature lunged at him with horrifying speed, its eyes fixed on him with an unblinking, insatiable hunger. He barely managed to sidestep its attack, but the creature's fingers raked across his arm, leaving deep, jagged scratches that burned like fire. Miguel gasped in pain but didn't hesitate. He shoved the creature back with all his strength, but it didn't relent. It snarled, its skin stretching in grotesque ways, as if the body were breaking down, reshaping itself in real time. The creature's growl cut through the air, reverberating in Miguel's skull, as if it were trying to tear his mind apart. He backed away, raising his flashlight as a makeshift weapon. "Laura, where are you?" he shouted, hoping she would hear him, praying she was still alive. His voice was hoarse, trembling with both fear and the weight of his exhaustion. There was no time left for subtlety. The asylum was coming alive, the horrors of the past flooding into the present, and everything was crumbling beneath him. Down here came a weak cry from the far side of the fog. It was Laura's voice. Miguel's heart surged with hope as he turned toward the sound, his eyes scanning the shifting shadows. There she was, standing in the midst of the mist, her face pale and streaked with dirt, her eyes wide with terror. But behind her, something else moved, something darker, something that made Miguel's breath catch in his throat. A tall, thin figure emerged from the fog, moving with a deliberate, calculated slowness. It was Dr. Delgado, or at least it looked like him, almost like him. His face was gaunt, his features sharp and hollow, as if he were nothing more than a husk of his former self. His eyes were dark, cold voids that seemed to suck in every shred of light. He wore a lab coat that had long since turned yellow with age, and in his hand he held a syringe filled with a glowing green liquid. His lips curled into a twisted smile as he gazed at Miguel. "You shouldn't have come here, Doctor." Delgado's voice rasped, the sound coming from deep within his chest, as though it had been centuries since he had last spoken. "You've seen too much. Now you'll join them just like the others." His voice was calm, devoid of emotion, but the malice behind it was undeniable. "You think you're the first to uncover my work? You think you're the first to think they can end it? No, Miguel. You're merely the latest in a long line of failures, and you'll be just as forgotten." Miguel's blood ran cold. The realization hit him like a ton of bricks. Dr. Delgado hadn't just been conducting experiments. He had been transmuting the patients into something else, creating monsters, and using their suffering to fuel some unholy purpose. The glowing green liquid in the syringe was no medicine. It was poison, something that could turn anyone into a shell of themselves, a twisted reflection of their former humanity. Delgado had been perfecting this for years, and now Miguel was standing at the center of it all. "Laura, run!" Miguel shouted, his voice barely a whisper as he lunged forward, but it was too late. The syringe was already in the air, its needle gleaming in the dim light. The world exploded in a burst of light and sound, and then everything went black. Chapter 9. The last patient. Miguel's eyes snapped open, but the world around him was nothing more than a blur of shadows and shifting shapes. His head throbbed painfully, and his body felt as though it had been torn apart, every joint aching with the effort of even the smallest movement. His fingers twitched, but they were stiff, slow to respond to his commands. He blinked, trying to clear the fog from his mind, but as the darkness receded, the truth began to settle like a weight on his chest. He was still inside the asylum, but something had changed, something was wrong. The air was colder than before, and the silence was so oppressive that it felt like it could suffocate him. His flashlight lay on the floor, its faint beam casting long, trembling shadows on the walls. He tried to push himself up, but a sharp pain lanced through his skull, and he crumbled back to the cold floor. It was then that he heard the soft, labored breathing. Someone was near him. "Laura?" Miguel rasped, his voice hoarse and weak. He strained his eyes in the dim light, and as they focused, he saw her. She was standing, her back to him, her body hunched in the shadows. Her movements were slow, unnatural, like a marionette controlled by unseen strings. Her hair, once neatly tied back, hung in tangled strands, and her face was pale, drawn with exhaustion. She was staring at something, her gaze fixed on a distant point in the darkened hallway. "Laura, what's happening?" Miguel asked, pushing himself up again, this time with more effort. His body felt as though it had been drained of all strength. but his mind screamed at him to move, to do something. Laura didn't respond. She didn't even turn to acknowledge him. Her eyes were wide but empty. She was staring at something beyond him, her lips parted as though trying to speak but unable to find the words. A cold, creeping dread filled Miguel's chest. Something was terribly wrong. This was not the Laura he had known. He tried to reach out to her, but as his hand brushed her arm, she flinched, her body jerking away from him with a terrifying, mechanical precision. Her eyes finally shifted, meeting his for the briefest of moments, and in that fleeting instant, Miguel saw something that made his blood run cold. There was nothing in her gaze, no recognition, no emotion, only the hollow emptiness of someone who had been lost. And then, a voice whispered from the darkness, "You should not have come back here." Miguel froze. The voice was chillingly familiar. It was the voice of Dr. Delgado. But this time, it wasn't just a voice, it was all around him, echoing through the very walls of the asylum, seeping into his thoughts. "You've seen too much," the voice continued, its tone smooth and soothing, like a venomous lullaby. "The experiments, the suffering, it was all necessary. You have no idea what you've stumbled into, Miguel. You cannot leave. None of you can leave." The last words seemed to reverberate in Miguel's mind, as though they had been imprinted on the very fabric of his being. He stumbled backward, instinctively reaching for his flashlight, but before he could get a grip on it, the light flickered and went out, leaving him in total darkness. A low hum began to fill the air, a sound like machinery running at full capacity. The walls seemed to pulse, alive with some unseen force, and the temperature in the room dropped even further, freezing the air around him. The hum grew louder, more insistent, and then the sound of grinding metal filled the space, as though some enormous, monstrous engine was coming to life. Miguel felt a surge of panic. What was happening? He had to find a way out. He had to get Laura back. But before he could move, the hum stopped, and in the sudden, deafening silence that followed, the doors at the far end of the hallway creaked open with a sharp, sickening sound. A figure appeared in the doorway, a man, tall and thin, his face obscured by shadow. His silhouette was unmistakable. It was Dr. Delgado. But this time, he wasn't the man Miguel had seen earlier. This was something else. The figure in the doorway was far more monstrous than the twisted, decayed Dr. Miguel had confronted in the basement. His body was contorted, his limbs unnaturally long, his skin stretched tight over jagged bones. His eyes were pure black, devoid of any humanity, and his mouth twisted into a grotesque smile, one that split his face open like the maw of some terrible beast. You didn't think it would be that easy, did you?" Delgado's voice was cold and distant, like a memory of something that had never been human. "You thought you could stop me. You thought you could save them. But you're wrong. You're all wrong. This place is mine, and I will make sure you join the rest of my patients." Miguel's heart hammered in his chest as he tried to move, but his legs were unresponsive, his body paralyzed with fear. He couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't act. Everything around him blurred as the figure of Dr. Delgado stepped closer, each footstep echoing like a death knell. In that moment, Miguel realized something truly horrifying. Dr. Delgado wasn't just a man anymore. He had become something far worse, something beyond the limits of human comprehension. He had unlocked the darkest corners of the human mind, twisting reality itself to fit his vision of control. The patients, the experiments, they were the key. The figure reached out a hand, and Miguel felt an icy coldness grip his chest. He gasped for air, his breath coming in ragged bursts, but no matter how hard he tried to escape, his body betrayed him. His mind was slipping, losing grip on reality. Behind him, Laura's voice, weak, trembling, finally broke the silence. Don't let him turn me, too." Miguel's heart nearly stopped. He turned to see her, but what he saw was worse than anything he could have imagined. Laura's body was contorting, her face warping as if her very soul was being twisted by the invisible hand of Dr. Delgado's experiments. Her eyes were now completely empty, black voids, her mouth stretching wide as she tried to scream. The last thing Miguel saw before everything went dark was Laura's face, contorted in agony, her body fully consumed by the curse of Dr. Delgado's monstrous creation. Chapter 10. The end of the maze. Miguel's body trembled as he slowly regained consciousness. He was no longer in the main hall, no longer near the staircase where he had last seen Dr. Delgado and Laura. Instead, he found himself in an unfamiliar room, cold, sterile, and suffocatingly quiet. The walls were lined with rusted metal panels, and the floor was hard concrete, slick with the chill of something ancient. He blinked, struggling to piece together the fragments of what had just happened. His head ached, and his breath came in shallow gasps. He was weak, disoriented, and his mind felt as though it was being pulled in 100 directions at once. But as the fog of confusion began to clear, the horrible truth became painfully clear. He had been brought here for a reason. Dr. Delgado had to have known he would survive the attack. The doctor's twisted machinations were far from over. He tried to move, but his limbs refused to obey. His arms felt heavy, as if bound by invisible chains. Panic surged within him. His heart began to race as he realized his situation. He had been drugged, altered, changed. The air smelled faintly of chemicals, of something unnatural, and a low hum resonated in his ears. Somewhere deep within the asylum, he could hear the faint echo of machinery grinding away, working tirelessly, relentlessly. "Welcome to the end of the maze," came a voice from the shadows, familiar yet somehow far colder than before. It was Dr. Delgado, his voice slipping through the walls like a haunting whisper. "I knew you'd come back. You always did think you could uncover the truth, didn't you?" Miguel struggled against the invisible grip that held him in place, forcing his body to move, to act. But the more he fought, the more his body refused to cooperate. His mind screamed at him to do something, anything, but his body remained trapped in this waking nightmare. "What have you done to me?" he choked out, his voice barely audible. "What have you done to her?" Dr. Delgado chuckled from somewhere in the room, his voice dripping with malice. "Her? Oh, Laura?" He paused, as though savoring the words. "She's gone, Miguel. There is no Laura anymore. There is only what I've made her." His voice twisted with sadistic pleasure. "What I've made of all of them." Miguel's chest tightened with horror as the pieces clicked into place. He had seen it before, the way the patients had been contorted, broken down and reshaped by the experiments. But this was different. Dr. Delgado wasn't simply trying to fix the human mind. No, he was transforming it, bending it into something unrecognizable, something monstrous. Laura was no longer the woman he had known. She was a part of the machine now, a cog in a machine of madness, her humanity completely erased. The doctor's laughter grew louder, more maniacal. "You think you can save her? You think there's any hope left for you? For her?" Delgado's voice grew deeper, more guttural, until it sounded like a chorus of voices all speaking through him. "There is no escape, Miguel. Not for you. Not for anyone." A flicker of movement caught Miguel's eye. A shadowy figure limped into view, a gaunt, twisted thing with hollow eyes, its skin stretched tight over brittle bones. As the figure drew closer, Miguel's heart sank into his stomach. It was one of the patients. No, not just any patient. It was her, Laura. But it wasn't Laura anymore. Her face had warped beyond recognition, her once beautiful features distorted into something grotesque and inhuman. Her eyes were wide and empty, black voids that seemed to consume all light. She was no longer capable of thought, of feeling. She was a puppet, a vessel for Dr. Delgado's dark, sickening experiments. "No, no," Miguel whispered, shaking his head in disbelief. His voice trembled with the weight of what he had just realized. Laura was beyond saving. She was gone, transformed into one of the horrors that roamed the asylum's halls. A hollow shell, a monster made from the wreckage of her mind. But even as his heart shattered, something deep inside him refused to give up. He had to find a way to stop this madness. He had to find a way to destroy what Delgado had built. He had to stop the experiments, stop this twisted machine from creating more victims like Laura. With a surge of determination, Miguel strained against his restraints once more. The invisible chains that held him began to crack, the pressure against his chest loosening. His body still felt weak, but his mind was sharp. He remembered the syringe he had seen earlier, the glowing green liquid. It was the source of all this. It had been the key to the experiments. If he could get his hands on it, perhaps he could destroy whatever Delgado had done. But as he struggled, the hum grew louder. the air growing colder. He could hear the machine's engines roaring to life, a deep, resonating sound that seemed to vibrate the very walls. Miguel's eyes darted around, searching for any sign of the syringe, any way to escape this nightmare. Suddenly, he heard footsteps, slow, deliberate. Dr. Delgado was coming. Miguel's pulse quickened. He had no time. He had to act now. With one final effort, he broke free from the invisible bonds that had held him in place. His arms flailed wildly, his legs moving with desperate urgency. Before he could fully stand, a sharp pain shot through his side, a cold, searing pain that spread through his entire body. He gasped, looking down to see a thin, jagged needle sticking out of his chest, blood dripping from the wound. His vision blurred, and the world around him began to spin. Doctor, Delgado's face appeared before him, twisted into a cruel smile. "You're too late, Miguel. You've always been too late." His voice was a low growl, full of satisfaction. "You've seen the truth, but now you'll become part of it." Miguel's legs buckled beneath him as the poison coursed through his veins. His breath came in ragged gasps, and his vision darkened. "No," he whispered weakly, his mind fighting against the darkness that threatened to overtake him. But as the darkness claimed him, a single thought pierced through the fog. There was no escape from the asylum. No one had ever escaped. Dr. Delgado had won. The experiments would continue. The cycle would never end. The Mirror Killer. Chapter 1. The Broken Mirror. The night was unnervingly quiet. As the first rays of dawn barely touched the skyline, a heavy fog clung to the streets, wrapping the city in an eerie blanket of silence. At the scene of the crime, the flashing red and blue lights of police cars cut through the darkness like a warning, their reflections dancing unnaturally on the wet pavement. Officers moved with practiced urgency, securing the perimeter of the old building on Arboleda Street. There had been no signs of struggle, no blood trail leading to a hidden attacker. Just a single gruesome detail: the body. Detectives Martinez and Vargas stood at the entrance of the apartment, exchanging grim looks before stepping inside. The air was thick with the smell of mildew and decay and old place, certainly, but the atmosphere felt heavier now, laden with something far worse than age. The victim lay sprawled on the floor, his face frozen in an expression of pure terror, his eyes violently removed from their sockets, leaving only smooth, empty hollows. The sight was disturbingly precise in expert's touch, as if whoever had done this knew exactly how to strip the life from a person without leaving a single trace. "Any signs of forced entry?" Vargas asked, his voice low and controlled, though his eyes betrayed his unease. Martinez shook his head, crouching down beside the body and scanning the room for anything out of the ordinary. The apartment, though old, was tidy, almost too tidy. There was no sign of a struggle, no broken furniture, no sign of robbery. Just a single horrific detail: the shattered mirror on the far wall. "Look at this," Martinez muttered, pointing to the broken glass. The shards of the mirror lay scattered around the victim's body, but they weren't scattered randomly. The pieces, still sharp and jagged, were arranged in a deliberate pattern, almost like a symbol, as though something or someone had placed them with intent, their edges reflecting the dim light in unnatural ways. The rest of the room felt cold, almost as if the glass was pulling warmth from the very air. Vargas stepped closer, squinting at the mirror fragments. His stomach churned as he studied the arrangement. "Is it just me, or does this feel off?" he said. There was something unsettling about the mirror's destruction. Mirrors weren't just ordinary objects, they were supposed to reflect reality. But something about this broken one made the room feel like it had warped into something else. Something wrong. Where's the rest of it? Shouldn't there be more pieces? Martinez looked back at the victim, noticing something else. "There," he said, pointing to the victim's face. His skin was pale, but there was something deeply unnatural about the way his eyes had been removed. The precision was disturbing, no frantic clawing or tearing at the eyes. It was as if whoever had done this had taken their time, and perhaps enjoyed it. A flash of movement caught Martinez's eye. A shadow, fleeting but undeniable, passed across the wall behind him. He froze. Vargas noticed his partner's sudden stillness and followed his gaze, but the shadow was gone as quickly as it had appeared. A shiver ran down his spine. "We need to get this place locked down," And I want the mirror sent to forensics immediately, Vargas ordered, his voice sharp now, all traces of uncertainty gone. Martinez nodded, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. It wasn't just the mirror or the missing eyes. It was the way the air felt, heavy with the scent of something ancient, something that didn't belong. As they left the apartment, the first rays of sunlight began to pierce the fog outside. But there was no relief in sight. They both knew this was just the beginning. A feeling gnawed at the back of their minds. This wasn't an ordinary murder. And as the investigation unfolded, they would soon discover that the mirror broken and forgotten held the key to a far darker mystery than they could possibly comprehend. Chapter 2. The Legacy of the Mirror. The morning sun barely filtered through the thick clouds that clung to the sky, casting the city in a perpetual state of twilight. Inside the dimly lit forensics lab, the broken mirror lay in a sealed plastic bag, its shattered edges gleaming ominously under the harsh fluorescent lights. Martinez and Vargas stood over it, their faces grim as the lab technician carefully examined the glass. They had requested an urgent analysis of the shards, but deep down, they both knew they weren't going to find anything ordinary. This mirror, it's old, the technician said, looking up at them. Her voice clipped. She had been in the field long enough to recognize the peculiar weight of the situation. The glass is hand-blown, probably crafted in the 19th century. And these markings, she added, pointing to faint etchings around the edges of the largest shard, they're not just decorative. This isn't a piece of furniture. It's a ritualistic object. Martinez's brow furrowed. Ritualistic? He echoed, his voice incredulous. You're telling me this thing's some kind of relic? The technician nodded slowly. It's possible. I've seen something like this before, though I thought it was a myth. There's an old legend about a mirror, one that's said to give whoever possesses it supernatural power. But the cost, she trailed off, glancing at the shard with unease. The cost is always steep. Vargas stepped forward, his eyes narrowing. What legend are you talking about? He asked, his voice now tinged with suspicion. And how does this tie into our case? The technician hesitated before answering, as if weighing the consequences of revealing too much. It's an ancient story, passed down among a few obscure circles. They say that whoever looks into the mirror doesn't just see their own reflection. They see something beyond, something dark, something that can consume them. The legend says that the mirror chooses its owner, and once it does, it drives them mad, compels them to destroy, to kill. Martinez exchanged a look with Vargas. Both men were skeptical, but the bizarre pattern of the crimes couldn't be ignored. A mirror, a reflection, victims with their eyes removed. And now, this unsettling tale of an object that seemed to transcend time and reality. Where's this legend come from? Vargas asked, his voice cold. How do you know all of this? The technician sighed and straightened, a mixture of discomfort and resignation on her face. I studied artifacts of the occult during my college years. There are rumors about an ancient cult that worshipped the mirror. They believed it held the key to opening a portal to another dimension, one where dark forces reside. Anyone who tried to destroy the mirror would be cursed, their soul bound to it forever. She paused, glancing at the shattered pieces. But those are just stories, right? It's all superstition. But neither Martinez nor Vargas were convinced. They had seen enough in their careers to know that some legends weren't as far-fetched as they seemed. Can you find out more? Martinez asked, his tone firm. We need to know everything about this mirror. Where it came from, who owned it, and why it's showing up now. The technician nodded, clearly rattled, and turned back to her work. I'll start digging through archives. But I don't know how much I'll find. If it's connected to those murders, we're dealing with something much darker than I think we realize. As the detectives left the lab, they both felt the weight of the case grow heavier. The reflection in the mirror wasn't just an image, it was a doorway to something sinister, something that had been waiting in the shadows for far too long. Later that afternoon, Martinez and Vargas made their way to the city's oldest museum, a place that housed rare artifacts and historical relics, hoping that it might hold the key to the mirror's past. As they stepped through the museum's grand entrance, the air felt colder, and the walls seemed to whisper secrets that had long been forgotten. The curator, an elderly man with a stoic expression, greeted them as they asked about any references to mirrors or occult objects in the museum's collection. "We do have some old exhibits," the curator said, his voice surprisingly calm for someone in the presence of two detectives. "But we rarely allow access to them. The items you're asking about, well, they're not what they seem. Most of the artifacts here have a history that's unsettling. Mirrors, especially, hold a strange power." The curator led them down narrow hallways lined with ancient relics, past dusty shelves that smelled of old wood and rotting paper. When they finally reached a secluded room, he stopped in front of a locked glass case. Inside, displayed under dim lighting, was a mirror. Not just any mirror, but one that seemed to shimmer unnaturally, its frame dark and twisted, as though it were alive. "This is the one," the curator said softly, his voice barely a whisper. "This is the mirror from the legend." Chapter 3. The Shadow in the Reflection. The museum felt different now, darker, more oppressive, as if the very walls were watching the detectives. The curator's voice echoed in their ears as they stared at the mirror inside the glass case. The air around it seemed to hum with a low, almost imperceptible vibration. Martinez and Vargas stood motionless, the weight of the artifact's presence pressing in on them. The curator's warning hung heavily in the room, but they couldn't leave just yet. They needed answers, and the mirror seemed to hold the key. This is it?" Vargas asked, his voice low, though his mind was racing. He had seen strange things in his career, but nothing like this. Nothing that made his stomach twist with unease. The curator nodded. "It's known as the reflection of the unseen. A cursed object. No one really knows where it came from, or who made it. The earliest records we have of it trace back to the early 1800s. It was brought to this city by an unknown individual, who quickly disappeared. After that, it passed through various hands. Many of the owners either vanished or met untimely ends." Martinez stepped closer to the case, his breath fogging the glass as he studied the mirror intently. There was something in the reflection, a shadow, barely perceptible, flickering in the glass. He blinked and looked again, but it was gone. A trick of the light, surely. And yet, the feeling of being watched lingered, an unsettling presence that seemed to follow him, just at the edge of his vision. "What's the connection between the mirror and the murders?" Martinez finally asked, his voice edged with frustration. "Why does it keep showing up at crime scenes?" The curator hesitated, his face drawn tight with caution. "The mirror. It's said to choose its victims. Those who come into contact with it often begin to experience strange phenomena, nightmares, hallucinations, and eventually, a loss of sanity. Some believe it's a doorway to another world, one where the shadows of the dead and the damned reside. Others say it shows you your true reflection, but not the one you want to see. The more you look into it, the more you become consumed by it. The victims, those who die after owning it, they say their eyes are stolen by the shadow. Not just taken, but torn away." Martinez clenched his jaw. He had never believed in curses or supernatural forces, but every piece of evidence they were uncovering seemed to push him closer to the edge of disbelief. The missing eyes, the shattered mirrors, the horrific expressions on the victims' faces. It was impossible to ignore the patterns. "This thing, this mirror," Vargas said slowly. "How do we destroy it? How do we stop it?" The curator shook his head, his face pale. "That's the problem. No one who's tried to destroy it has succeeded. It's as if it can't be harmed. It's not just an object, it's a force. And it's been around for far longer than any of us realize." The two detectives exchanged a look. They had been chasing a ghost, but now they were starting to see that the ghost was chasing them. The mirror, this cursed object, was not just a symbol of terror, it was the very thing feeding the deaths. But why? What was its purpose? And who or what was behind the string of murders? As they stood there, lost in their thoughts, the air in the room seemed to grow colder. The shadow that had flickered in the mirror earlier returned, this time clearer than before. It wasn't a trick of the light. It was a figure, a dark, distorted shape that seemed to move and writhe within the reflection. The figure's eyes glowed faintly, 2 pinpricks of light in the depths of the glass. And then it moved, as if it knew they were watching. The curator flinched, stepping back. "I don't know what to tell you. The mirror is never supposed to be looked at directly. It has a power over those who gaze into it too long. If you want to find answers, you'll need to follow the trail of those who have owned it before. But be warned, it will show you things you may not want to see, and it will never let you forget. Martinez and Vargas exchanged a look, both understanding the gravity of what they were being told. The case had crossed over into a territory they hadn't anticipated. They weren't just chasing a killer anymore. They were hunting something far older, something that played by its own rules, an entity that existed in the shadows and made its presence known only when it was ready. As they left the museum, the feeling of being watched never left them. It clung to them, pressing on their minds, tugging at their thoughts. Their reflections in the windows of the city's streets seemed to flicker unnervingly, as if they too were changing, as if they too were being drawn into the mirror's dark embrace. Chapter 4. The Psychiatrist of the Demon. The air was thick with a sense of foreboding as Martinez and Vargas sat in the sterile clinical waiting room of Dr. Javier Salazar's office. Dr. Salazar was a renowned psychiatrist, known for his expertise in extreme cases of psychosis and his somewhat unorthodox methods. He had spent years studying the darkest corners of the human mind, and his reputation for delving into the realms of madness was well known in the city. But the detectives weren't here to discuss mental illness in the usual sense. No, their case was beyond typical psychology. They needed someone who could help them understand what they were up against, if, indeed, it was something that could be explained by human minds at all. "Do you think he'll buy into the whole mirror thing?" Vargas asked, his voice laced with doubt. "I'm not even sure I believe it myself." Martinez didn't respond immediately. His mind was racing with all the pieces they had uncovered so far. The mirror, the victims, the legends, the strange shadows, and now this man, Dr. Salazar. It was hard to ignore the growing sense that they were all part of something much larger, something far more disturbing than a simple string of murders. Dr. Salazar's office was minimalist but welcoming, a stark contrast to the dark, twisted nature of the case at hand. The psychiatrist himself was a tall, wiry man with sharp features and an intense gaze that seemed to pierce through you. He had been studying the connection between mental illness and paranormal phenomena for years, and his reputation was, at best, controversial. But Martinez and Vargas had run out of options. They needed answers. Detectives. Salazar greeted them as they entered, his voice calm and almost soothing. "I've read the case files. Quite unusual, isn't it? Not your typical string of homicides." Martinez took the lead, laying out the situation. He explained the gruesome murders, the victim's eyes torn out, the recurring appearance of the broken mirror, and the unsettling legends surrounding it. Salazar listened intently, nodding thoughtfully as he scribbled notes on a pad of paper. When Martinez finished, he leaned back in his chair and met their eyes. "You're dealing with something beyond the ordinary," Salazar said quietly, his voice devoid of surprise. "But you already knew that, didn't you?" Vargas bristled at the psychiatrist's nonchalant tone. "So you think it's supernatural?" he asked sharply. "You think this is the work of some demon?" Salazar smiled slightly, though there was no humor in it. "Not necessarily a demon, but certainly something outside the realm of normal psychological behavior. From what you've described, these victims before they die experience a profound break from reality. A kind of possession, not in the traditional sense of the word, but a deep psychological unraveling. It's as if some entity takes hold of their mind." Martinez felt a chill run down his spine. "You're saying the mirror does this to them?" The psychiatrist nodded slowly. "Yes, I believe the mirror acts as a conduit. It's not merely a reflection of their physical selves, but of something deeper, something much darker. It taps into the subconscious mind, exposing a person to their worst fears, their hidden desires. And then it feeds on that, slowly, until it consumes them completely." "And the eyes?" Vargas asked, his voice tight with tension. "Why take their eyes?" "Eyes are often referred to as the windows to the soul," Salazar explained, his tone detached as if discussing a clinical case. "In many cultures, eyes are believed to be the conduit through which one's essence can be stolen or manipulated. In this case, I believe the victim's eyes are being removed as part of the process of possession. It's as if the entity inside the mirror is siphoning their essence, absorbing their very being through the gaze." Martinez felt his stomach twist. He had heard of twisted cults and bizarre rituals before, but this was something entirely different, something that seemed to defy all logic. "But why the mirror?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Why this specific object?" Salazar sighed, looking as though he were about to say something that would push them further into a world they weren't prepared for. "I believe this mirror is an ancient artifact, designed specifically to open the mind to otherworldly forces. It was created to allow a person to see beyond the veil of reality. The problem is, once you look through it, you can never truly escape. The mind becomes too entangled in what it's seen." Vargas stood up, pacing restlessly. "So what's someone's deliberately killing people using this thing? Or is it the mirror itself doing it? Are we dealing with some kind of demonic force here?" Salazar didn't answer immediately. His gaze turned distant, as if he were contemplating something far more terrifying than either of the detectives could imagine. Finally, he spoke in a tone that made both men stop and listen. "I don't believe the mirror itself is alive, but it might have a consciousness, a dark one, and I think it's been using its victims to gain power. It needs a certain number of souls before it can fully enter our world, so to speak. It's been waiting, gathering strength, and it's using these murders as a way to push its influence into our reality." Martinez's mind raced. It sounded like madness, but every part of him told him that they were on the cusp of something they didn't fully understand, something that was far beyond the confines of their training or experience. Salazar's final words hung in the air like a death sentence. "The longer you investigate this mirror, the more you'll become entangled in it. If you're not careful, it will start to show you things you don't want to see, and it will change you. There's no escaping it once you've looked too long." Chapter 5, The Last Words. The words from Dr. Salazar echoed in Martinez's mind as he and Vargas drove through the fog-choked streets, the city's skyline barely visible in the distance. "Once you look into the mirror too long, it changes you." Those were the psychiatrist's final words. The weight of them settled heavily on Martinez's chest. He had been skeptical of the supernatural, of curses and demonic forces, but now he wasn't so sure. The more they uncovered about the mirror, the less rational the case seemed. It was as if reality itself was bending, warping in strange and disturbing ways. Their latest stop had been to speak with witnesses, if you could call them that. There were survivors from the first few murders, individuals who had been in the vicinity when the bodies were discovered. All of them were now exhibiting symptoms of deep psychological trauma. Most had been released from psychiatric care after weeks of therapy, their minds scrambled by visions and delusions. But a few had said something that piqued the detective's interest, something that made their blood run cold. "He's inside me." One survivor had whispered through clenched teeth, her eyes wide with terror. "The demon, it's inside my head. It speaks to me through the mirror. It's coming for you." Vargas, who had been taking notes, shifted uneasily in his seat. This doesn't feel right, Martinez. People don't just say things like that unless they've seen something real." You saw the fear in their eyes. Martinez grunted, his fingers gripping the steering wheel tightly. "I know. It's like they're all living in a waking nightmare. All of them, and they can't escape it. Hell, I can't blame them. I'm starting to feel like it's all real. The way the victims are found. The shattered mirrors. It's like we're chasing something that doesn't follow the rules of this world." They drove in silence for a moment, the tension growing between them. It wasn't just the victim's words that unsettled Martinez. It was the recurring phrase, "He's inside me." What if they weren't just hearing things? What if the demon, as the survivor called it, was real? And what if it had already begun to make its way into their own minds? Their next stop was at the morgue, where the most recent victim had been brought in. The body had been discovered just hours before in an abandoned house on the outskirts of the city. As the two detectives stepped into the cold, sterile room, the morgue attendant greeted them with a curt nod and led them to the table. The victim was a man in his mid-30s, his face contorted in terror, his eyes violently gouged out. But it wasn't the sight of the body that caught their attention. It was the strange, jagged cuts across the man's skin, as if something had slashed him repeatedly, trying to tear his body apart. Martinez leaned in, inspecting the wounds more closely. They were irregular, almost frantic in nature, as if the victim had tried to claw at something invisible, something relentless. The body was cold to the touch, but the expression on the victim's face, was still frozen in absolute horror. And, of course, there was the broken mirror shard, another piece of evidence left behind by the killer. It was placed delicately on the victim's chest, its edges reflecting the sterile lights of the morgue. "We're missing something," Vargas said, his voice low. "These cuts, they aren't random, they're deliberate. Like someone was trying to rip the victim apart from the inside." Martinez didn't respond immediately. He was too focused on the mirror shard, staring into it, as though waiting for it to show him something. The reflections in the glass shifted unnervingly, just like the one he'd seen earlier at the museum. His own face seemed to warp in the broken pieces, distorting into something monstrous, twisted. "Get a grip, Martinez," Vargas muttered, noticing his partner's distraction. He gently pulled him away from the body. "You're starting to look like them lost in the reflection. You saw it, didn't you?" Martinez shook his head, trying to clear the strange fog that seemed to cloud his thoughts. Yeah, I saw it. I don't know what's happening anymore, but something's wrong. The victim's not the only one who's being torn apart. We are too. This case, it's starting to consume us." The attendant, noticing their exchange, glanced at them nervously. "You detectives okay? You've been staring at the mirror like it's alive." Vargas shot the attendant a sharp look. "What do you mean by that?" The attendant hesitated, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "I've worked here for years, seen a lot of bodies, but this one, it's different. This whole case feels different. Like the people connected to it, well, they don't just die. They change. They see things. And the last words of every victim," he paused, his throat tightening, "they always say the same thing. He's inside me. It's like the mirror. It's not just a reflection, it's taking them." A chill ran down Martinez's spine. He couldn't shake the feeling that the words were starting to haunt him, echoing in his mind like a distant drumbeat. The reflections, the eyes, the shadow, the demon. It was all beginning to form a terrifying picture, one he wasn't sure he wanted to see. "That's not all," the attendant added, his voice trembling now. "The last victim before he died, he said something else, something that chilled me to my core." Martinez leaned in, his pulse quickening. "What did he say?" The attendant looked over his shoulder, as if checking to make sure no one else could hear. Then he whispered, "It's not the mirror that's killing them. It's the thing behind it. The one who watches through the glass. The one who waits." Chapter 6. The Cult of the Reflection. The detective bureau felt suffocatingly small as Martinez and Vargas sat in their cramped office, surrounded by stacks of case files, witness statements, and evidence they could hardly make sense of. They had barely slept in days, but every time they closed their eyes, they were haunted by the same image, the broken mirror, its jagged edges gleaming with an almost malevolent light. No matter how much they tried to ignore it, the case refused to loosen its grip on them, and the more they uncovered, the clearer it became that the murders weren't just a series of isolated killings. They were part of something much older, much darker, something deliberately hidden. "It's not a coincidence," Martinez muttered to himself, scanning a dusty old file he had pulled from the archives. The more he read, the more the threads began to tie together. This thing, it's been around for centuries, and it's been waiting. Vargas looked over at him, his eyes bloodshot and tired, but there was a sharpness there now, a quiet understanding. "You're starting to believe it's real too, aren't you?" Martinez paused, glancing up from the file. "I don't know what to believe anymore. The murders, they're not random. And the mirror, it's more than just an object. It's a key, a way for something else to come through. I've seen the patterns. All of the victims, the ones who died before, they had one thing in common. They were all connected to an old cult, a group that worshipped the mirror." Vargas leaned in, his curiosity piqued despite his own reservations. "A cult? That's the first I've heard of that. How are they connected?" Martinez flipped open the file, revealing grainy photographs of old texts, sketches of the mirror, and faded articles from the early 1900s. This group, they were obsessed with the idea of transcendence, of opening a gateway between worlds. They believed the mirror was a portal, a way to peer into the beyond. But they didn't just worship it for its power. They wanted to control it, to use it as a vessel for something darker. Vargas frowned, his brow furrowing. "You're saying this cult tried to open some kind of portal? That sounds insane." Martinez shot him a look. But that doesn't explain the victims, the eyes being torn out, the things they saw before they died, or the fact that this mirror, it's been linked to every one of them. The two detectives fell into a heavy silence as the enormity of the situation began to sink in. Their minds raced, but the answers seemed just out of reach, buried deep within these ancient texts, hidden in fragments of stories told long ago. What else does the file say? Vargas asked after a long pause, his voice low, as if afraid the walls might be listening. Martinez flipped through the pages, scanning the lines. There was a cult leader, someone who went by the name El Reflejo. He was the one who led the worshippers in their ritualistic practices. The group believed that by offering sacrifices to the mirror, they could transcend their earthly bodies and merge with the shadows beyond. El Reflejo was said to be a master of the occult, a man who could manipulate the boundaries between life and death. It's unclear whether he succeeded, but some of the texts suggest he may have become one with the mirror itself. Vargas shivered involuntarily. That's terrifying. So the cult never disbanded? You're telling me that there are still people out there who follow these rituals? Martinez nodded grimly. I'm starting to think so. And I think they're the ones behind the murders. The victims, they weren't just random. They were part of this larger plan. The killings are sacrifices. The mirror is drawing them in, offering them a glimpse of something beyond something powerful, but it's always at a price. They sat in silence again, digesting the gravity of their discoveries. But something gnawed at the back of Martinez's mind. He reached for the file again, flipping through it faster, looking for something he might have missed. Wait, he muttered, his eyes widening as he found what he was looking for. There's one more thing. El Reflejo, he wasn't just some madman. He was a victim too. Vargas raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Martinez read aloud from the text. El Reflejo was said to be a man of great power, but as the years went on, he began to change. His eyes, once bright and filled with conviction, grew dull. His body became frail, his mind fractured. Some say the mirror took its toll on him, slowly turning him into a vessel for something else. But there are those who claim he never died, that his spirit still exists within the glass, waiting to be freed. Jesus, Vargas breathed. So you're saying this guy's still alive? Or at least, something of him is? Martinez closed the file, a grim expression on his face. I don't know what's worse, that the man became something else entirely, or that we're dealing with a spirit tied to the mirror. Either way, we're in way over our heads. As they sat there trying to piece together the puzzle, a new sense of urgency began to settle in. They had uncovered the truth about the cult, but now they had to figure out how to stop it, or at least how to stop the mirror from claiming any more victims. The darkness was closing in, and the more they learned, the clearer it became that the mirror wasn't just a tool. It was a living thing, a malignant entity feeding off human souls, drawing them into its twisted reality. We need to find El Reflejo, Martinez said suddenly, his voice fierce. If he's still out there, if he's still connected to the mirror, then he's the key to stopping this. Vargas looked at him, disbelief written across his face. You really think he's still alive? Martinez's eyes darkened. I don't know. But if there's even a chance that we can end this, we need to find him before it's too late. Chapter 7. The Mirror's cult. Martinez had always thought of cults as something distant, something that existed in the fringes of society, eccentric, dangerous, but ultimately contained. He never imagined that in his lifetime he would have to face one that was older, more insidious than anything he had encountered in the job. The mirror was no longer just an artifact. It was a living entity, a piece of darkness that had been passed down through generations, each cult member adding to its power. The detective and Vargas spent the following days tracking down the last remnants of the cult, using the old files, police reports, and obscure references in occult literature. It wasn't easy. The cult had been largely underground for decades, blending into the city's seedy underbelly, masquerading as benign groups or spiritual organizations. But there were whispers, rumors, and old connections that led them to a building that had long since been abandoned by the public, but had never truly been forgotten. It was a dilapidated church on the outskirts of the city, its windows boarded up and its exterior crumbling. But there was something about it, a strange energy that kept the area undisturbed. This is it, Martinez said. his voice low as he looked at the church from across the street. The place had an oppressive feel to it, the darkened windows resembling hollow eyes staring back at him, daring him to come closer. This is where it all began. The cult, El Reflejo. I can feel it. Vargas didn't reply immediately, instead squinting at the building as though weighing the danger. It's too quiet. It's like the place has been waiting for us. We should be careful. Martinez nodded, his grip tightening on the steering wheel. It was a long shot. The church had been empty for years, but they knew that some things never truly went away. The cult may have disbanded on the surface, but its members, those who still believed, remained, lurking in the shadows. They approached the building cautiously, each step echoing in the silence of the night. As they neared the front door, Martinez caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye, a movement, a shadow flitting just beyond the window. His pulse quickened. "Stay sharp," he murmured, pulling out his flashlight. Vargas nodded, his hand resting on the grip of his weapon. "I've got your back." When they reached the door, they found it slightly ajar, as if someone had been waiting for them. Martinez hesitated for a moment, his instincts telling him that something was wrong, but they had come too far to turn back now. They entered, stepping into the church's dark, cavernous interior. The air was stale, thick with the scent of decay. Dust hung in the air, and the sound of their footsteps seemed to reverberate through the empty hall. The altar stood at the far end, but there was something else in the room, a presence, palpable and heavy, that made their skin crawl. As they moved deeper into the church, a flickering light caught their attention. A candle, burning weakly on a small pedestal near the back of the room. There was a figure seated before it, draped in a dark robe. The figure didn't move when they entered, its head bowed, as though in deep contemplation. "Who's there?" Martinez called out, his voice firm, trying to break the eerie silence. The figure didn't respond. Instead, it slowly raised its head, revealing a face obscured by a mask that seemed oddly familiar, made of thin, black glass. It was smooth, featureless, and yet it reflected the flickering candlelight in a way that made the shadows dance in disturbing patterns. The figure stood without a word and began to move toward them, the sound of its footsteps unnaturally quiet, as if it were gliding across the floor. Vargas stepped forward, his hand on his weapon. "What do you want? Who are you?" The figure didn't answer, but its movements were deliberate, unhurried, as though it knew exactly what it was doing. Martinez's mind raced. This wasn't just some random cultist. It was someone who had been waiting, preparing for them to arrive. He knew, deep down, that this was no ordinary person. Finally, the figure spoke, its voice soft, almost too calm for comfort. "You've come to seek answers, but answers come at a price." Martinez felt his heart thud in his chest. The voice sounded familiar, too familiar, in fact. It sent a chill through his spine. "Who are you?" he demanded again, his voice sharp with growing unease. The figure tilted its head, the mask gleaming in the dim light. "You've seen it, haven't you? The mirror. It's calling to you. It's always been calling to you." Vargas stepped forward, his voice tight. "Enough games. Who the hell are you?" The figure finally removed its mask, revealing a face that was both alien and human. The features were impossibly smooth, the skin pale, almost translucent. It was the face of someone who had seen too much, someone who had given themselves over to something much darker. The person's eyes were sunken, hollow, empty, like the void itself. "I am the one who listens," the figure said, its voice no longer soft, but heavy with an almost otherworldly reverberation. "I have seen what lies beyond the glass, and I have become one with it." Martinez's mind reeled. He recognized the figure now. It was someone he had seen in the old cult documents. This was no ordinary follower. This was a high-ranking member, perhaps even the last true adherent of El Reflejo's teachings. "You're one of them, aren't you?" he said, his voice barely a whisper. "One of the original followers." The figure smiled, but it was not a smile of warmth. It was a smile of complete understanding. "Yes, I have crossed over, and now the mirror calls to you both. It's been waiting." A shiver ran down Vargas's spine. "You're saying it wants us to join you?" The figure nodded slowly. "We have always been here, watching, waiting. The mirror will claim you too, if you let it." Without another word, the figure turned, walking slowly toward the altar, where a large, ornate mirror rested. It was unlike any mirror Martinez had seen before. Its frame was intricately carved with symbols that seemed to twist and writhe, as though alive. The glass was cracked, but it reflected the room with an unsettling clarity. It was not simply a reflection. It felt like a doorway. "We've given everything to it," the figure said softly, its voice carrying across the room. "It's time for you to see." Chapter 8. The Mirror of the Mind. The church seemed to close in around Martinez and Vargas as they stared at the altar, where the cursed mirror sat waiting. It was impossible to look away. The symbols carved into its frame seemed to pulse with an eerie energy, as though the mirror itself were alive, breathing, watching. And yet there was something else, something far more unsettling, an oppressive weight in the air that made it difficult to breathe. It was as if the room itself was a trap, and they had walked straight into it. "Don't look into it," Vargas whispered urgently, his voice strained. His eyes were fixed on the figure standing before the mirror, hands trembling as though trying to resist some unseen force. "Don't fall for it, Martinez." But Martinez couldn't look away. The reflection in the glass was no longer just a reflection. It was something else entirely. He saw himself, his own face distorted, but there was more. In the shattered surface, his own eyes were hollow, replaced by the inky black void that stared back at him with an insatiable hunger. The longer he stared, the harder it became to distinguish the reflection from reality. The mirror wasn't simply showing him his image. It was pulling him in, swallowing his very essence. "Martinez," Vargas said sharply, his voice cutting through the rising panic. "Snap out of it. The mirror. It's trying to take you." It took a moment for Martinez to break free from the mirror's grasp. His heart was pounding in his chest, and his body felt heavy, as if the mirror had attached some unseen weight to him. He tore his eyes away, shaking his head, trying to clear the strange fog that had settled over his thoughts. The room around them felt like it was warping, bending, becoming something else entirely. The walls seemed to pulse, and he could hear distant whispers, muffled voices calling his name. "What the hell is happening?" Martinez muttered, his voice strained. Vargas grabbed his arm, pulling him back away from the altar. "The mirror, it's messing with our minds. It's not just reflecting you, it's feeding on you. Whatever the hell this thing is, it's not human. It's not just a mirror, it's something worse, something we can't understand." The figure standing by the mirror turned slowly, its face unreadable beneath its smooth, blank mask. "You've seen it now," the figure said softly, its voice barely audible over the whispers. "It has you. The mirror always gets what it wants. You've looked into the abyss." Martinez could feel his pulse hammering in his temples. He tried to focus on the figure, but the words seemed to slip away, lost in the noise, lost in the pull of the mirror. "What do you want from us?" he asked, his voice rough, as if something were strangling his throat. The figure's head tilted, a small, unsettling smile forming beneath the mask. "We want nothing from you. The mirror takes what it wants. You are merely its latest offerings." Suddenly, a sharp, unnatural pain shot through Martinez's skull. He stumbled backward, clutching his head, as the room around him began to shift again. The walls closed in, and the mirror seemed to stretch, its surface distorting like a liquid. For a moment, he felt as though he was standing inside the mirror itself, his own reflection, laughing at him. The air grew cold, suffocating, and his vision blurred. "Get out of there, Martinez!" Vargas shouted, grabbing his partner and shaking him. "You're losing yourself." The words barely registered in Martinez's mind, like a distant echo. He felt like he was drowning in a sea of darkness, and the mirror was the only thing that mattered. He tried to fight it, tried to push it away, but it was too strong. The pain in his head grew sharper, more intense, and it felt like his very thoughts were being torn apart, replaced by images, nightmarish visions of faces twisted in agony, of shadows moving just out of the corner of his eye. And then the reflection of El Reflejo appeared in the glass. Martinez gasped, his breath catching in his throat. The face staring back at him wasn't his own. It was El Reflejo's, a man so deeply entrenched in the mirror's power that he had become a part of it, a manifestation of the darkness that lay within. The cult leader's hollow eyes bore into Martinez's soul, a smirk playing on his lips as he reached out from the glass. His fingers, stretching toward him, as if beckoning him to join him in the endless void beyond. "No!" Martinez screamed, staggering backward, his heart racing. He could feel the weight of the mirror's influence pressing against his chest, pulling at his very being. He fought against it, desperately trying to break free from the mental chains that had wrapped around him. Vargas was shouting at him, pulling him away, but the sound of his voice seemed distant, as if it were coming from another world. Martinez turned, his eyes wild with fear, and found himself staring at the shattered remains of the mirror. The fragments were scattered across the floor like broken glass, but the reflection of El Reflejo remained. It wasn't in the glass anymore. It was in his mind. "You can't escape it," the figure whispered from behind him, its voice low and menacing. "It's already inside you. You've seen it, and now it owns you." Martinez clutched his head, trying to block out the voice, the image of El Reflejo, but it was no use. He could still feel the mirror's presence, pulsing in his thoughts, infiltrating his mind. The longer he resisted, the more powerful it became, wrapping around him like a cold, suffocating shroud. Vargas stepped forward, his hand gripping his partner's arm. "Martinez, you have to fight it! Don't let it take you!" But Martinez could feel it slipping away, the connection to the real world, to everything he had known. The line between what was real and what was a nightmare had become too thin to distinguish, and as he turned to face the cult member who still stood before him, he realized with growing horror that there was no way back. El Reflejo's voice filled his mind, clear and cold. "You're already here. And now, you will never leave." Chapter 9. The Lost Connection. The cold grip of the mirror refused to let go. Martinez's heart raced in his chest as he struggled to focus, to cling to whatever sanity he had left. His mind felt like it was being pulled in 1,000 directions at once, each fragment of thought distorted by the whispers that emanated from the mirror, an unrelenting chorus of voices that promised nothing but despair. He could still see El Reflejo's face in his mind, its twisted expression a constant reminder that the cult's grip was not just physical but mental, a contamination that spread to every corner of their world. "Martinez, stay with me!" Vargas's voice cut through the fog that clouded his mind. The detective's voice was strained, but it still held a spark of life, a desperate plea that reminded Martinez that there was still something worth fighting for. With all the strength he could muster, Martinez tore his gaze away from the shattered mirror, his body shaking violently as he focused on Vargas's face. His partner looked as if he, too, had been touched by the mirror's power, his eyes wide with fear, his breath coming in quick, shallow gasps. But there was something else there, too, something dark, something that suggested Vargas was starting to crack under the pressure. I can't," Martinez's voice faltered. He couldn't even finish the sentence. The mirror's hold on him had become so powerful, so pervasive, that he wasn't sure who he was anymore. Was he still Martinez, the man who had walked into that church with a sense of duty? Or was he something else, a shadow of himself? He felt lost, untethered from his body, as though he was standing on the edge of some vast, empty void. "Listen to me," Vargas continued, his hand gripping Martinez's arm tightly, pulling him back into the present moment. "We can still fight this. We've got to break free of its hold. Do you hear me? You're stronger than this." The words echoed through Martinez's mind, but they felt distant, hollow, like they were coming from someone else's mouth. The whispers had grown louder, more insistent. He felt his feet begin to move without his consent, drawn toward the broken shards of the mirror. The pieces scattered across the floor seemed to shimmer with a dark energy, reflecting not only his own image, but the terrifying visions of things that lurked just beyond the veil of the real world. There were faces, thousands of faces pressed against the glass, their eyes wide with horror, their mouths open in silent screams. "No," Martinez breathed. "No, I won't." But the mirror wouldn't let him finish. A sudden sharp pain lanced through his skull, and he collapsed to his knees, clutching his head. He could feel the mirror pulling at him, beckoning him to join the endless reflection. It was no longer just a mirror, it was a gateway, an invitation to step into a world that was not meant for humans. And the worst part was, a part of him wanted to go. The mirror whispered promises of power, of knowledge beyond what the mind could comprehend. It called to him, sweet and alluring like a forbidden fruit. Vargas grabbed his partner, shaking him violently. "Martinez, fight it! Fight it with me!" The words broke through the fog, just enough to snap Martinez back to reality. With a gasp, he shoved Vargas away, his hands trembling as he stood, trying to regain control. But the mirror was still there, hovering at the edges of his vision, a constant presence, a reminder of what lay just beyond reach. The power it promised was so tempting, so easy. "I can't do this anymore, Vargas," Martinez whispered, his voice thick with despair. "I don't think I can fight it." Vargas's expression darkened, his hand tightening around his weapon. "Yes, you can. We're in this together. I won't let it take you, Martinez. I won't let it take either of us." They stumbled back toward the church's exit, but the closer they got to the door, the more the air seemed to warp around them. The walls seemed to stretch, the floor buckling beneath their feet, as if the very structure of the building was changing, twisting under the influence of the mirror. The ground beneath their feet became unstable. As though they were walking through a dream, nothing felt solid. Nothing felt real. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. And then, a sound sharp and clear cut through the chaos. It was a voice, but it wasn't Vargas's. It wasn't even the cultists. It was the voice of someone, something else. "You can't escape," the voice echoed, cold and malevolent, vibrating through the very air around them. "You are already lost." Martinez froze. He couldn't move. The voice seemed to wrap around him, pulling him back to the altar. He felt his feet move once more against his will, drawn toward the mirror's fractured surface. "No, not again!" Martinez screamed, desperately trying to break free from its grasp. He had to hold on to something. He had to keep fighting. The voice whispered again, this time in his ear. "It's too late. You are already one with the glass. We are always watching. You can never escape the reflection." A wave of nausea hit him, his vision blurred, and the world seemed to stretch and warp. The floor beneath him seemed to fall away as the room began to darken, the air thick with an overwhelming sense of dread. The mirror was everywhere, a constant, all-encompassing presence, and there was nowhere left to run. Vargas was still behind him, calling his name, but his voice was distant, like a memory fading in the distance. Martinez tried to respond, but his mouth refused to move. The mirror had taken him. And then, for a moment, everything went still. Chapter 10. The final reflection time had stopped. Or perhaps it had never truly existed here, in this twisted realm between reality and the abyss. The church, once a sacred place, had become a place of endless dark corridors, stretching on forever. The air was thick with a suffocating darkness that pressed in from all sides, making it impossible to breathe. The walls seemed to pulsate with an unnatural rhythm, their surfaces slick with something darker than mere shadow. And through it all, the mirror loomed its broken glass, flickering and shifting like some malicious force, beckoning the detectives toward it. Martinez and Vargas were no longer the men they had been when they walked into this place. The mirror had taken something from them, perhaps their minds, perhaps their souls. It was hard to tell anymore. The reflections they saw in the mirror were not of who they were, but of who they could have become. El Reflejo's presence, his eyes empty and cold, stared back at them from the shattered pieces, his twisted grin mocking them. "You cannot escape," the voice echoed, reverberating through the room like a chant that grew louder with each passing moment. It was a voice that both filled their minds and filled the very air around them. It was everywhere, its cold, distant tone like a whispering breeze, carrying a promise of endless darkness. "Stop it!" Vargas shouted, his voice trembling. "I'm not going to let you win!" But his words felt empty, meaningless. The force pressing down on them was far too great. It was as though they were being suffocated by the mirror itself, its influence creeping into every thought, every breath. The weight of it was crushing, unbearable. Martinez felt himself stagger, his knees weak beneath him. He had thought that maybe, just maybe, they could escape. They had gotten so close, too close to the truth. But now, standing at the edge of the precipice, he understood. There was no escaping it. The mirror had been waiting for them all along. It had been guiding them here, pulling them into its world of torment. It wasn't just a reflection of their image. It was a reflection of their fears, their desires, their weaknesses. It was everything they had ever wanted, and everything they had ever feared. "I can't fight it anymore, Vargas," Martinez whispered, his voice hollow. His hands shook as he reached out toward the mirror, his fingers trembling. It was too powerful, too irresistible. He felt the pull deep within him, like a magnet drawing him closer. He wanted to let go, to give in. The mirror would show him everything, every secret, every truth, every possibility. He could feel it, he could see it right in front of him, just beyond the glass. Vargas's voice broke through his thoughts, raw and desperate. "No, you can't! We've come this far, Martinez. We're not giving up now. You have to fight." But Martinez wasn't sure he had the strength anymore. The reflection of El Reflejo was all-consuming. It was like the cult leader had become one with the mirror itself, an embodiment of the force that had been calling them. The words they had heard, "You are already lost. You are already one," with the glass began to echo in his mind, louder and louder until they drowned out everything else. His vision blurred, and he felt the ground beneath him disappear. And then, in that moment of complete surrender, the mirror shattered. The shards of glass scattered across the floor, each piece catching the light, reflecting the room, the darkness, the terror. And as the mirror crumbled, something inside Martinez broke as well. He heard a voice, soft at first, distant, whispering his name. "Martinez!" He snapped his head up, his heart skipping a beat. The voice was different now. It wasn't the mocking, omnipotent voice of El Reflejo. This voice was familiar, deep, warm, full of life. It was Vargas. Vargas. Martinez gasped, his eyes wide. He had almost lost himself completely. The mirror had tried to drag him in, to absorb him. But now, as the glass fell away, something inside him clicked. The haze that had clouded his mind began to lift. The grip of the mirror was weakening. But Vargas was standing before him, his face filled with an intensity that matched the desperation in his voice. "We're still here," Vargas said, his words filled with conviction. "We're still alive. We're still ourselves. We can make it out of here, Martinez." Martinez shook his head, struggling to focus. He wasn't sure what was real anymore. Was this just another trick of the mirror, a last-ditch attempt to break him down? But the more he looked at Vargas, the more he realized this was real. This was the truth. They had to break free. Together they turned toward the altar. The mirror was shattered, but the cult's influence still hung in the air, a thick, malignant fog that seemed to choke the very life from everything around them. The figure of El Reflejo, still visible in the fractured pieces, seemed to be watching them, waiting. But now, Martinez and Vargas knew something they hadn't known before. The mirror wasn't invincible. It could be destroyed. Its hold on them wasn't absolute. They had faced it down and lived. "We can end this," Vargas said, his voice steady now. "We can break its hold. We have to." The whispers of the mirror seemed to grow weaker. The oppressive weight that had once pressed down on their chests began to lift. The room seemed to shift, its distorted, nightmarish form receding as they took a step forward, toward the exit. There was still work to do. They had to stop the cult. They had to destroy the last remnants of this evil. But for the first time since they entered the church, there was a sliver of light, a possibility. No matter how small, that they might just make it out alive. And with that hope, they pushed forward. The House of the Forgotten Dead. Chapter 1. The Forgotten House. The wind howled through the gnarled trees surrounding the abandoned mansion, their twisted limbs creaking under the pressure, as if whispering forgotten secrets to the night. The path leading to the house was barely visible beneath the overgrown weeds and wild vines that had swallowed it whole over the years. In the air, a sense of something ancient lingered, something that had not been disturbed for decades, waiting in the shadows for someone to come too close. Detective Javier Medina stood at the edge of the property, staring at the looming structure in front of him. His sharp eyes, accustomed to the grisly sights of the city's worst crimes, now scanned the mansion with an unease he couldn't explain. The house had been empty for as long as anyone could remember, yet the place felt far too preserved, as if it had been holding its breath all these years, anticipating someone would finally come to disturb its peace. Medina could feel it, creeping under his skin. Something was wrong here. Something had always been wrong. Behind him, his younger partner, Andres Lopez, shifted uneasily. He hadn't yet stepped onto the property, but already the air felt thick and oppressive. as though the house itself was pulling at their very souls. Lopez could see the dilapidated remains of a once grand home, cracked windows, sagging roof tiles, and a broken, rusting iron gate that seemed to mock the house's grandeur. It was a place that had once held life, but now it was nothing more than a monument to decay. Javier turned and gave Andres a brief look, then walked towards the entrance, his boots crunching on the overgrown gravel. "We have to go in," he said, his voice flat but certain. "There's no choice. Too many disappearances have been linked to this house. Whatever is happening here, it's long past time we found out." Andres hesitated but followed, reluctantly pulling out a flashlight from his coat pocket. As they approached the house's front door, something caught his eye, a faint inscription carved into the stone above the entrance. He squinted, stepping closer to get a better look. The words, partially obscured by centuries of dirt and neglect, read, "The forgotten dead never rest." The sentence seemed to pulse with an eerie energy, as if the stones themselves held a dark memory. "What do you think that means?" Andres asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Javier paused, his fingers brushing the weathered edges of the words. He didn't answer right away, as his gaze lingered on the inscription, his mind trying to make sense of it. "I don't know," he said finally, stepping back. "But I'm sure it's not just some old saying. This place, there's something more to it. Something alive." The wind picked up again, sending a chill through their bones as the door creaked open with an unnerving groan. The darkness inside was thick, suffocating, and it took a moment for their eyes to adjust. What they saw wasn't much a grand hallway swallowed by shadows, the remnants of a once beautiful staircase, now broken and rotting. The faint smell of mildew and decay filled the air. But there was something else, a presence, something unseen but unmistakable, as if the house itself were watching them, waiting. "Stay close," Javier instructed as he led the way inside. The beam of his flashlight sliced through the dark, illuminating faded paintings of people whose eyes seemed to follow them wherever they moved. It was as though the house had been frozen in time, its former inhabitants preserved in frames, now only ghosts. Andres felt his pulse quicken as the door slammed shut behind them with a force that echoed through the house. A shiver ran up his spine, and he instinctively gripped his flashlight tighter. He wasn't one to believe in superstition or ghost stories, but there was something undeniably wrong here. Something that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. The walls, thick with dust, seemed to exhale a heavy sigh, as if relieved that someone had finally entered. "Let's move," Javier murmured, his voice steady, though his eyes darted about the room, taking in every detail. As he moved further into the house, the floorboards creaked beneath him, the sound unnaturally loud in the stillness. The place was old, unnervingly so, but it was more than that. The air felt stagnant, like it had been trapped here, just like the house itself. Something about the silence was too perfect, too absolute. It was the kind of silence that made you question whether the world outside still existed. As they ventured deeper into the house, Javier couldn't shake the feeling that they weren't alone. The shadows seemed to twitch, and in the periphery of his vision, he could almost make out shapes human-like figures that melted into the walls, disappearing the moment he turned to look. He tried to push the thought away, but as he reached the foot of the staircase, he stopped, his eyes narrowing. "This is it," he said quietly. "We need to find out what's down there." Andres looked up the stairs nervously. "Are we sure about this?" Javier didn't respond. He just moved forward, as though the house had already claimed him. The rest of their journey had just begun, but deep down, they both knew that nothing would be the same after they stepped further into the darkness of the forgotten house. Chapter 2. The Mad Doctor. The house felt colder now. Each step deeper into the mansion seemed to draw them further away from the world they knew. The silence was unbearable, punctuated only by the occasional creak of the old floorboards beneath their feet. Javier and Andres had reached the main hall, a cavernous space that once might have been a ballroom or gathering area, but now it was a relic of something lost. Dust hung heavy in the air, and the dim light from their flashlights only revealed the faintest details, the outline of faded portraits on the walls, cracked glass chandeliers, and furniture draped in white sheets that seemed to mock their intrusion. Javier's eyes darted around, searching for something, anything that could explain the strange air of malevolence that clung to the house. His gaze fixed on one portrait in particular, a painting of a tall man with sharp features and a calculating gaze. The nameplate beneath it had long since fallen away, leaving nothing but the disturbing image. He stepped closer, his light illuminating the man's face more clearly. There was something unnerving about the eyes, cold, empty. It was as if the subject of the painting knew they were being watched, and they didn't like it. "Who is this?" Andres asked, his voice hushed, though he too felt the unsettling pull of the portrait. "Not sure," Javier replied, "but it's likely the person we're here to learn about. Whoever lived here, whatever they did, it all ties together." He gestured to the grand staircase at the end of the hall. "Let's keep going." As they ascended the staircase, their footsteps reverberated through the empty space, as though the house itself were breathing, reacting to their presence. The higher they climbed, the more oppressive the air became. It was as if the mansion had grown heavier, its very bones creaking in protest, the walls closing in ever so slightly. Javier led the way, his expression set, but even he couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting for them at the top. At the second floor, the hallway stretched before them, lined with closed doors that seemed to hide their secrets well. But it was the door at the very end that drew Javier's attention. It was slightly ajar, the faintest trickle of light seeping out from the gap. Without saying a word, he moved towards it, Andres trailing behind, though his nerves were on edge. The room they entered was stark and sterile, completely different from the rest of the house. The walls were covered in cracked tiles, and the air smelled strongly of antiseptic, an acrid tang that didn't belong in a place so old and decayed. The faint light came from a single lamp hanging above a large wooden desk, littered with papers and strange, unsettling drawings. It didn't take long for Javier to piece things together. On the desk, there were records, files, but these weren't medical records in the traditional sense. They were filled with grotesque, almost incomprehensible notes, scientific observations mixed with cryptic symbols, strange charts that described human anatomy in ways that made Javier's stomach turn. "This is it," Javier murmured, flipping through the papers with a grim expression. "This is what we were looking for." Andres, though still visibly shaken by the cold sterility of the room, leaned over to get a closer look. The drawings depicted strange figures, cadavers with unnatural postures, limbs twisted in impossible angles, organs arranged in ways that made no logical sense. Some images were too disturbing to look at for long. But there was one page that caught Andres's eye, a small, crudely drawn diagram of a human body with lines connecting various organs and systems, annotated with notes in a spidery, frantic handwriting. This can't be real," Andres whispered, his voice tight with disbelief. "Who could do something like this?" Javier didn't answer immediately. Instead, he kept flipping through the pages, his eyes scanning every word with a growing sense of dread. And then, on the last page, something caught his eye, something even more chilling. It was a name, Dr. Alejandro Vera. Javier recognized it immediately. It was the name on the plaque outside the mansion, the man in the portrait, the mad doctor who had once owned this house and had disappeared without a trace. The man whose experiments had, it seemed, become legendary in whispers throughout the city, though no one had dared to speak of them aloud for years. "Andres," Javier said, his voice tight with grim realization, "this house, it was his laboratory. He was no ordinary doctor. He was a monster. And these notes," he paused, holding up a file, "they're evidence of what he did. He experimented on the dead. He didn't just study them, he tried to bring them back." Andres recoiled at the implication. "He tried to revive them? The dead?" Javier nodded slowly, his face pale. "Not just the dead, people who were dying, people who had no chance of survival. He wanted to cheat death. He believed that with the right methods, he could restore life to the lifeless." He stopped, his mind reeling from the implications. But it wasn't just science. It was something darker. These drawings, they're not just anatomical charts, they're rituals. He was using magic, dark magic, along with whatever twisted science he could conjure to bring his victims back. The silence in the room seemed to deepen, the air heavy with the weight of the discovery. It was clear now that they had uncovered the origin of the strange disappearances, but the true horror of it was only beginning to sink in. "Doctor, Alejandro Vera had turned his mansion into a place of unspeakable terror, a place where life and death no longer held any meaning. And now it seemed the fruits of his experiments were still here, waiting. "We need to find out where this man went," Javier said, his tone firm, yet his eyes shadowed with an understanding of the dark path they were about to walk. "There's more to this, and I'm willing to bet the answers lie beneath us." Chapter 3. The clue in the basement. Javier closed the folder with a quiet snap, his fingers lingering on the edge, as though the document might somehow reveal more than it already had. Dr. Alejandro Vera had been obsessed with life and death, and his twisted experiments had left an indelible mark on the house, its very walls now heavy with secrets. They had come looking for answers, and they had found the first true clue to unraveling the mystery. But Javier knew they weren't anywhere near the end yet, not by a long shot. Andres stood motionless, his gaze still locked on the horrific diagrams, unable to tear his eyes away from the image of a disfigured body, one of Vera's test subjects, reconstructed and reanimated. The thought of human beings turned into grotesque mockeries of life was almost too much for him to bear. But the urgency in Javier's voice snapped him out of his daze. "We need to find the basement," Javier said, his voice steady but laced with an undercurrent of tension. Vera's experiments didn't just happen here on the first floor. The real work, it happened underground. Andres looked up, his eyes wide with disbelief, but nodded. They had seen the staircase leading down when they entered the house. It was tucked away behind a heavy, dust-covered curtain in the back of the hall. Neither of them had dared to go near it until now, but the weight of their discovery demanded they press on. The air had grown even heavier as they made their way back to the hallway, a thick, oppressive pressure that seemed to cloud every step. The house felt alive with something malevolent, something that stirred behind the walls and floors. They reached the curtain, and as Javier drew it back, the stale scent of earth and decay hit them like a wave. It was the unmistakable stench of a long-forgotten cellar, a place where the past had been buried, and not just in memory. Without hesitation, Javier descended the stairs, his flashlight cutting through the darkness. The steps creaked underfoot, echoing ominously, each groan of the old wood seeming louder than the last. Andres hesitated before following, his hand gripping the railing tightly, his breath shallow. Something deep within him told him not to go down, but it was too late to turn back now. They were already too far in. At the bottom of the stairs, they were met by a low ceiling and narrow corridors, the walls made of rough stone, slick with moisture. The light from their flashlights revealed nothing but shadows, long, twisting shapes that seemed to move just out of sight. The basement was vast, though it felt like it had been designed to trap those who ventured too far into its depths. The oppressive air was suffocating, and it was hard to tell if the temperature was dropping or if the coldness was simply emanating from the place itself. Javier moved cautiously, his flashlight sweeping over the stone walls as he took in the surroundings. There were no windows down here, no signs of life, save for the mildew and rot that had settled into every corner. But something else caught his eye: a door at the far end of the room, half concealed behind piles of old crates and broken furniture. It had been hidden deliberately, and the faintest flicker of light from within seemed to beckon them. "This is it," Javier muttered, barely audible. He motioned for Andres to stay close as he walked toward the door. His mind raced, filled with images of the dark rituals that Vera had performed, and the twisted reanimations that were said to haunt the house. What was hidden behind this door? What had Vera left for them to discover? When Javier reached the door, he paused, his hand hovering over the rusty handle. The sound of his breath was louder in his ears now, the room pressing in on him from all sides. He turned the handle slowly, expecting resistance, but the door gave way with little effort, creaking open to reveal a narrow, dimly lit room beyond. The light inside was weak and flickering, coming from a single dangling bulb that swayed gently, as if disturbed by some invisible force. The air was thick with the scent of formaldehyde and decay, an overpowering mixture that made both men gag. The room was cluttered with jars, dozens, if not hundreds of them, sitting on shelves along the walls. Some were filled with strange, murky liquids, while others contained objects that defied logic: limbs, organs, disembodied eyes, and other gruesome body parts. These were the remnants of Vera's work, preserved and stored like twisted trophies, waiting to be pieced together in some grotesque fashion. Andres stepped back, his stomach churning as his eyes fell on the grotesque collection. This is insane," he whispered. His heart raced as he fought the urge to run, but something about the room held him in place, an undeniable pull that was both terrifying and fascinating at the same time. Javier, however, seemed unfazed. His gaze had already moved past the jars, focusing on a large, rusted machine at the center of the room. It was a strange, mechanical contraption, with tubes, wires, and strange apparatuses attached to a central chair. The design was crude but undeniably functional. It looked like something out of a twisted science fiction novel, a device designed to interface with the human body in ways that defied nature. A chill ran down Javier's spine as he realized what it was. "This must be it," Javier said, his voice barely above a whisper. "This is the machine Vera used to bring them back. It wasn't just the rituals, Andres. It was this machine. It connected the dead to some kind of life, some kind of energy." Andres took a step closer, his eyes widening with a mix of fear and fascination. He could see the faintest remnants of bloodstains on the seat, and the rust on the metal seemed to indicate years of neglect. But there was something else, something alive about it. The machine, despite its outward appearance, felt as if it were waiting for something or someone. Suddenly, there was a low, grinding noise from somewhere deep within the room. Both men froze. The sound was faint but unmistakable, the faint hum of machinery, as though something ancient and forgotten had just come to life. "Get back," Javier hissed, his eyes scanning the shadows. "This isn't over. Whatever Vera did here, it's still active." The air grew heavier again, as though the very walls were breathing, watching them. Javier's pulse quickened as he realized that the machine had not just been a tool, it had been a bridge to something far worse, something that still lurked in the darkness of the basement, waiting to be unleashed. Chapter 4. The ritual of the coma. Javier's breath came in short bursts as he stepped away from the machine, his instincts screaming that something was terribly wrong. The room had grown colder in an instant, and the faint hum of the contraption seemed to pulse, vibrating through the air like the very heartbeat of the house. He couldn't shake the feeling that they had just disturbed something ancient, something that had lain dormant for years. The low grinding noise continued for a moment, echoing off the walls, but then it stopped as suddenly as it had begun. Andres looked at Javier, his face pale with fear. "What the hell was that?" he asked, his voice barely audible over the oppressive silence that now enveloped them. The shadows in the room seemed to deepen, twisting in unnatural shapes, as if something or someone was lurking just beyond the light's reach. Javier didn't respond at first. Instead, he moved to a nearby shelf, rifling through the scattered papers and broken equipment, his fingers trembling with a mixture of dread and determination. His eyes flicked from one piece of paper to another, looking for something that could explain the machine, the jars, the horrific experiments that had taken place in this basement. He couldn't help but wonder how many people had been subjected to Vera's madness, how many souls had been trapped in this hellish limbo of life and death. It was then that he found it. A small, weathered journal, its pages frayed and yellowed with age. It had no title, no markings to indicate its contents, but something about it called to him. Javier flipped it open, his eyes scanning the first few pages. What he found made his stomach twist in horror. The journal was written in a mixture of ink and what looked like blood. Alejandro Vera's handwriting was feverish, almost frantic. The first entry described his obsession with the idea of life after death, a desire to not merely prolong life, but to conquer death itself. But as Javier read further, the true nature of Vera's experiments began to reveal itself: terrifying rituals designed to push the boundaries of life, using both medical science and the dark arts. "The coma is the key," Javier muttered aloud, his voice thick with disbelief. "The ritual of the coma. The dead can be awakened, but only through the deepest of slumbers." Andres leaned over his shoulder, squinting at the pages. The writing was chaotic, almost incoherent at times, but the meaning was clear enough. Dr. Vera had discovered a way to keep the dead alive, but not in the conventional sense. The patients, his victims, were not revived in the way one would expect. Instead, They were placed into an unnatural coma, their bodies preserved in stasis, but their minds, if they even still had minds, were trapped in a kind of dark sleep, a sleep from which they could never truly awaken. It's not just science, Andres whispered. It's magic, dark magic. Javier nodded grimly. Vera didn't just use medicine, he combined it with ancient rituals. He believed that by manipulating the body's natural rhythms, he could reach a state of suspended animation where the soul would be separated from the body. And then, using these rituals, he would bring them back, but in a form that was something other than human. A chill ran down both men's spines as they realized the implications of what they had uncovered. The coma was no ordinary state. It was a threshold, a portal between the living and the dead, but not all those who passed through it were meant to return. The few who did were not the same. They were something else, something more monstrous. As they continued reading, they found more detailed descriptions of the rituals Vera had used to keep his victims alive. It wasn't enough to simply keep their bodies in stasis. Vera had to perform weekly ceremonies, invoking dark forces to maintain the delicate balance between life and death. He wrote about using blood, human blood, of course, as a vital component of the process. He spoke of chants, of symbols drawn in the air with the fingers, of candles that burned with a black flame, and of ancient words in forgotten tongues that had power to bind souls. Suddenly, a sound broke the stillness, the faintest rustling from the far corner of the room. It was barely audible at first, like the whisper of wind moving through dry leaves. But then it became clearer and much more deliberate. Something was moving. Something was alive. Javier whipped around, his flashlight illuminating the dark corner where the sound had originated. But all he saw was a pile of discarded medical equipment, old needles, broken vials, and surgical tools. Still, the feeling of being watched was palpable, a sense of something lurking just beyond the edge of vision, waiting for the right moment to strike. "I don't like this," Andres said, his voice tight with fear. He took a step back, his eyes scanning the shadows warily. "We need to leave. Now." Javier, however, stood frozen. His heart was racing, but his mind was elsewhere, focused on the journal, on the ritual, on the truth they had uncovered. He felt the weight of the house pressing in on him, but he couldn't bring himself to leave just yet, not without understanding the full scope of what Dr. Vera had done. "This is just the beginning, Andres," Javier said softly, his voice distant. "We've barely scratched the surface. We need to understand how Vera brought the dead back, how he kept them alive, and why they're still here." Andres didn't reply. He simply turned away, moving to the doorway as quickly as he could without appearing to panic. Javier reluctantly followed, casting one last glance over his shoulder. The shadows seemed to shift, stretching unnaturally along the stone floor, as if something was moving just out of sight. The low hum of the machine in the corner seemed to pulse in time with the beat of his heart, a reminder that the house and whatever it contained was not done with them yet. Chapter 5. The awakening of the dead. Javier's heart thudded in his chest as they retreated from the basement, the journal clutched tightly in his hands. Every instinct in him screamed that they should leave, run, get out of this cursed house before it consumed them both. Yet something deeper, darker, compelled him to continue. What had they unearthed? What had they just set in motion? Andres was ahead of him, his movements frantic as he reached for the door to the ground floor, the heavy weight of their discovery pressing on him like a suffocating cloud. But as Javier reached the doorframe, he froze. The unmistakable sound of shuffling feet echoed from somewhere upstairs. At first it was soft, almost imperceptible, but it was growing louder. It wasn't the sound of rats or other vermin. No, this was the slow, deliberate shuffle of human feet, dragging against the wooden floors. He didn't say anything at first, the air thick with dread, but when Andres turned around, his face pale as a ghost, Javier's throat tightened. "Did you hear that?" Andres asked, voice trembling. "Yeah," Javier replied, barely able to choke the words out. "We need to move." They moved quickly, their steps swift and silent, but the ominous shuffle was relentless, echoing through the empty hallways like some unholy metronome. Every floorboard creaked underfoot, as if the house itself was alive, groaning under the weight of their presence. The stairs that led to the second floor were like a passage into another world, a world that no longer seemed tethered to reality. As they ascended, the air grew even colder, suffocating. The shadows along the walls seemed to stretch longer, as though the very corners of the house were watching them. Javier felt a shiver run down his spine as he glanced over his shoulder. The hallway behind them was now thick with darkness, so heavy that it seemed to swallow the feeble light of their flashlights. But the shuffle was still there, growing closer. There was something coming, something alive. As they reached the second floor, the noises became clearer. The sound of dragging footsteps, of something or someone scraping across the floor, inching closer. But it wasn't just footsteps that made the sound. It was as if someone was dragging a body, a heavy, lifeless thing that scraped across the floor with an unnatural, labored movement. They reached the far end of the hall, where the door to the master bedroom loomed like a monstrous shadow. It had been left slightly ajar. The light from their flashlights flickered as they approached, casting strange, twitching shadows across the floor. Javier pushed the door open slowly, his heart pounding in his ears, and for a moment, he almost wished he hadn't. The room was completely dark, but there, in the middle of the room, stood a figure. A man, or at least something that once had been a man. His clothes were tattered, and his face was a mask of decay, his skin gray and sagging like that of a corpse that had been dead for far too long. His eyes, though, were wide open, glassy and empty, and yet they moved, scanning the room slowly, almost as though he were searching for something. The thing's mouth moved, but no sound came from it. Javier took an instinctive step back, but it was too late. The thing's eyes snapped to him, locking onto his, and in that instant, the room seemed to close in on them. The man, or whatever it was, took a slow step forward, and the unmistakable smell of death filled the room. The air was thick with it, cloying, sour. But it wasn't just death that lingered. It was the faintest trace of something more, the lingering presence of the ritual, of the magic Vera had used to keep the dead alive, to force them back into the land of the living. Javier's breath caught in his throat as he finally realized what he was looking at. One of the reanimated dead, the very thing Vera had created, the very thing he had trapped in the coma state. This thing had been brought back not to live, but to linger in some in-between, a twisted mockery of existence. And now it was awake. "What the hell is that thing?" Andres whispered, his voice trembling with pure terror. "I don't think it's human anymore," Javier replied, his voice tight, his mind struggling to make sense of what was happening. "It's one of Vera's creations. A failure. He was trying to bring people back, but he didn't know what he was really dealing with." The thing took another step, dragging its body toward them with a sickening scrape. Its mouth opened wider now, revealing jagged teeth that looked as though they had been gnawed down, worn away by time and hunger. And then it let out a soft, wheezing sound like a breathless sigh, a whisper from the grave. It wasn't speaking, but there was something in the sound that was almost pleading. "Help me." But it was too late for help. Without thinking, Javier grabbed Andres by the arm and yanked him toward the door. They had to get out. They had to leave. But as they turned to escape, the air in the hallway seemed to shift. The dragging footsteps, no longer just one, were growing louder, more insistent. And now, they were joined by other sounds. The soft, rasping breaths of several figures. All around them, something was stirring. The dead were waking up. The house had become a prison for those who had died. Yes, but also for those who were still alive, cursed by the twisted hands of Dr. Vera. The room they had just fled from was not the only place in the house where this nightmare was unfolding. Every corner, every room, every shadow in this place had been a tomb, a grave that had once held these restless souls in check. But now they were awake, and their hunger had only one goal: revenge. Chapter 6. The revenge of the dead. Javier's pulse hammered in his ears as he and Andres stumbled down the hallway, each of them straining to hear over the cacophony of dragging footsteps and groaning breaths that filled the house. The air had thickened, suffused with a foul odor, rotting flesh, and the sickening sweetness of decay. It was as if the house itself was closing in on them, its walls pressing tighter, its floors shifting beneath their feet, making each step feel like a trap. "Javier, we can't outrun them," Andres hissed, his voice raw with panic. His hand grasped the doorframe of a nearby room, his knuckles white. "We're trapped. The whole house is waking up." Javier didn't answer. His mind was racing. He had seen the thing in the master bedroom, the reanimated corpse, its hollow eyes locked onto him. He had seen the hunger in its gaze. But it wasn't alone. He could hear them now, more of them, shambling and dragging themselves from the shadows, their bodies half-rotted and stitched together by something far darker than any human science could explain. Vera's legacy was rising, and it was hungry for vengeance. "We need to find a way out," Javier said, his voice grim. He glanced down the hallway, but every turn seemed to lead deeper into the house, further into the maze of horrors. "We need to find the source, the thing that's keeping them here. If we can destroy it, maybe, just maybe, we can stop this." Andres looked at him, fear written all over his face. "And what if we can't? What if we just make it worse?" The sound of shuffling feet grew louder, closer. Javier swallowed hard. "We don't have a choice." They began moving again, faster now, their footsteps barely making a sound as they hurried through the hallway, careful not to alert the creatures to their presence. But it was futile. The house seemed to pulse with life, its walls seemingly breathing in time with the low guttural growls that now filled the air. Javier's flashlight flickered as they passed door after door, each one potentially hiding another of Vera's creations. Then, at the end of the hall, they saw it. Another door, more intact than the others. It looked solid, almost too solid, to be part of this decrepit house. Something about it felt different, protected. There was a faint light coming from underneath the door, a warm glow that felt like it didn't belong in this place of death. "Over here," Javier whispered, his voice urgent. Andres didn't hesitate. They both rushed toward the door, and as Javier reached for the handle, his fingers brushed something cold and slick. It was blood, dark, dried blood that had seeped from underneath the doorframe. The sensation made his skin crawl, but there was no time to think about it. He twisted the knob and pushed the door open. What they found inside stopped them in their tracks. The room was vast and eerily quiet, except for the faint hum of the machinery in the far corner. It was a lab, a twisted, macabre laboratory that resembled something out of a nightmare. Vials of dark liquid, blood-soaked cloths, surgical instruments covered in rust and dust, and most horrifying of all, dozens of bodies, some decayed and others disturbingly preserved, were lined up on tables. But it wasn't just the bodies that caught their attention. In the center of the room stood a large mechanical contraption, a grotesque amalgamation of wires, tubes, and metal. It was a machine that seemed to hum with unnatural energy, as if it were the source of all that had gone wrong in this house. It was here, in this room, that Dr. Vera had conducted his final experiments, the ones that had torn open the boundary between life and death itself. Javier's heart skipped a beat as he took in the sight. There, on a table in the middle of the room, lay the body of a woman, her face pale, her eyes closed as if in sleep. But the rhythmic pulsing of the machine suggested she was still alive, or at least still tethered to something beyond the grave. Around her neck was a chain, the end of which connected to the machine, as if the woman herself were the anchor, the source of the dead's torment. "This is it," Javier muttered, his eyes wide with realization. "This is the source. The machine, it's what keeps them here, keeps them alive." Andres, who had been staring at the body in shock, turned to look at Javier. "What do we do now? Can we destroy it?" Javier didn't answer at first. His eyes were locked on the woman's face, now pale and stretched, her lips parted slightly as if waiting for something, waiting for someone to wake her. He knew what had to be done. The machine had to be destroyed. But if they were to destroy it, they would need to act fast. The dead were closing in, and every moment they wasted could be their last. Suddenly, the faintest whisper broke through the silence. It wasn't the growl of the reanimated corpses. It was something softer, more insidious. The woman on the table, her eyes flickered open. Not entirely, but just enough to see the darkness in them. They were empty, hollow, yet full of hatred, full of an unholy, vengeful desire. Without warning, the hum of the machine grew louder, more insistent. It was feeding off the woman's life force, and with it, the house itself seemed to come alive. The shadows deepened, the air thickened, and the floor beneath their feet trembled. "Get ready," Javier said, his voice tight with urgency. "We need to destroy it now, before they could move." The first of the dead entered the room, its body twisted and deformed, but its eyes fixed firmly on them. And then, more followed one after another, all of them moving toward the machine, toward the source. They had awoken, and now they were on the hunt. With a roar of defiance, Javier lunged toward the machine, grabbing the nearest metal rod he could find. He swung it with all his strength, aiming for the heart of the device. Sparks flew as metal collided with metal, and the machine screamed an unearthly sound that seemed to reverberate through the very bones of the house. The dead were closing in. There was no turning back. Chapter 7. The Mystery of the Inscription. The room trembled violently as Javier swung the metal rod again, smashing into the machine with all his strength. A crack ran through the thick metal casing, and sparks exploded into the air, sending a bright flash that momentarily blinded him. For a second, the house seemed to groan in agony, and Javier could feel the floor beneath his feet quiver, as though it were waking from a long, dormant slumber. The reanimated corpses began to move faster, their shrill, inhuman growls echoing through the room. Andres stumbled backward, his breath ragged. "We need to get out of here now," he shouted, his voice shaking with terror. His flashlight flickered, illuminating the twisted faces of the creatures drawing closer with every passing second. Javier gritted his teeth, eyes never leaving the machine. He swung the rod one more time, this time striking a tube that seemed to pulsate with unnatural energy. The explosion of sparks was blinding, and for a moment, the entire room was bathed in an eerie, otherworldly glow. But then, as quickly as it had started, the machine sputtered and died, its hum ceasing altogether. The house seemed to exhale a long, drawn-out breath, and the shuffling of the dead slowed to a halt. Javier stood panting, sweat dripping down his face. The room was still, unnervingly still, as if the house itself was waiting for something. But then, through the quiet, Andres' voice broke the silence, his words hesitant. "Javier, look." Javier turned to see what Andres was pointing at. At first, he didn't understand there was nothing different in the room. The reanimated bodies had ceased moving, and the air seemed less oppressive, less alive. But then his eyes fell upon the far wall, where the faint outline of an inscription was barely visible in the dim light. It was carved into the stone, ancient symbols etched deep into the surface, worn down by years, maybe centuries of neglect. The inscription wasn't just a series of words or phrases. It was something older, something far more sinister. It seemed to pulse with a dark energy, as though the very words themselves held power. Javier stepped closer, his hand hovering over the markings. "Los muertos olvidados nunca descansan," he murmured. "The forgotten dead never rest." Andres shuddered. What does it mean? Why is it here? Javier studied the inscription, his mind racing. He knew that Dr. Vera had been obsessed with reviving the dead, but this was different. This wasn't just some madman's rant. This was something far older, something that had been etched into the house long before Vera ever set foot in it. There was a curse here, a curse tied to the house, to the very land it sat upon. "The forgotten dead never rest," Javier repeated, his voice low and filled with dread. "These aren't just the bodies of Vera's victims. They're part of something far more ancient, a cycle of death and rebirth that has been going on for centuries. The house is a prison, and the dead here are part of it." Andres looked at him, confusion and fear clouding his eyes. A prison? But for who? For what? Javier looked back at the inscription, his mind piecing together the fragments of knowledge that had been slowly coming to light. This house wasn't just a place for Dr. Vera's experiments. It was built upon a foundation that predates him by hundreds of years, maybe more. This place. It was meant to be a resting place for the dead, a sanctuary for those who could never be forgotten, never be allowed to truly rest. But why? Andres asked. Why trap them here? Javier turned back to the inscription, his hand now pressing against the cold stone. "I think it's because they were never meant to stay dead. These were the souls of people who had crossed a line, who had been involved in something dark, something forbidden. And this house, it wasn't just built to house their bodies. It was built to keep their souls in limbo, between life and death." Andres paled. "So the curse, it's not just Dr. Vera's fault. It's older than that?" Javier nodded grimly. Yes, Vera thought he was the one controlling it, but he was just another pawn in a much older game. This inscription, it's a warning. The dead here were never meant to stay dead. They were forgotten, abandoned. But now, they're waking up, and they want revenge. As the realization sank in, a sickening chill filled the air. The dead might have been temporarily silenced by the destruction of the machine, but they were not gone. Not by a long shot. Javier's mind raced. If they were to survive, if they were to end this nightmare once and for all, they would have to destroy the curse itself, something much deeper than the twisted experiments of one man. They would have to break the cycle. The inscription says the forgotten dead never rest, Javier said slowly, his voice almost a whisper. But what if we could make them forget? What if we could erase their connection to this place, to this curse? Andres' eyes widened. You mean, destroy the house? Javier shook his head. No, not destroy the house. But we need to sever the link. We need to find the source of the curse, the heart of it. The house is just a conduit, a place where the dead were kept. But the power that holds them here, that's something else. He turned, looking back toward the door, and then glanced down the hall. The shadows were shifting again, as if the house were waking up, preparing for another round of torment. The dead, though momentarily stilled, were still there, still hungry. And now, the very fabric of reality seemed to be warping around them. Whatever is holding them here, we have to find it, and we have to destroy it, or this will never end, Javier said, his voice filled with grim resolve. Andres nodded, his face drawn tight with fear, but also determination. Let's end it, whatever it takes. But as they began to move toward the door, a sound caught their attention, a low, guttural growl, followed by the unmistakable shuffling of feet. The dead were stirring again. The cycle had begun once more. Chapter 8. The creation of the monster. Javier's eyes were fixed on the darkened hallway, his heart racing with the growing sense of dread that churned in his stomach. The dead had stopped moving, but the air was thick with the promise of more. The inscription on the wall, still glowing faintly in the shadows, whispered of a past that refused to stay buried, of a curse that would not let go. But now, they had a new problem, a problem they hadn't fully understood yet. The monster, Andres muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. His face was pale, his eyes flickering between the hallway and the eerie glow of the inscription. It's him! Javier turned to look at him, confused for a moment. What are you talking about? Andres swallowed hard, his throat dry. The doctor, Vera. He wasn't just experimenting with the dead. He was trying to become them, to become the thing he feared most. A chill ran through Javier as the pieces began to fall into place. He thought back to the machine, to the woman on the table, to the horrors that had been awakened. Dr. Vera had never just wanted to revive the dead. No, he had sought something much darker. He had wanted to control death itself, to cheat it, to make himself a part of it. In his pursuit of immortality, he had created something far worse than he could ever have imagined. Vera didn't just experiment on the dead, Javier said slowly, his voice growing more horrified with each word. He became one of them, didn't he? Andres nodded, his eyes haunted. I think he fused with them, with their souls, their darkness. What if he's still here, still part of this house? Javier's stomach turned at the thought. You mean he's one of the dead now? But if that's true, then we're not just dealing with some twisted doctor, Andres interrupted, his voice trembling. We're dealing with something worse, something that has evolved a creature born from death itself, something that's beyond human. Javier felt his breath catch in his chest. The realization hit him with the force of a sledgehammer. If Dr. Vera had become one with the reanimated corpses, if he had fused with their dark energy, then he was no longer a man, he was something else, something monstrous. A hybrid of science and necromancy, a twisted reflection of everything that had gone wrong in this house. And he wasn't just alive, he was now a force of pure malice, a thing that could never die. The sound of shuffling feet echoed again through the hall, louder this time. But it wasn't just the usual groans of the dead. This was different. The noise was more deliberate, more coordinated. Something or someone was coming toward them, something that moved with purpose, Andres reached for his flashlight, his hand shaking. "We need to get out of here. We need to find a way to stop him. To stop it." Javier didn't need to be told twice. His mind was already racing. The house wasn't just a prison for the dead. It had become the birthplace of something far more dangerous. Dr. Vera's legacy, twisted and warped beyond recognition. This was a creature that had been birthed in the darkest corner of science, a thing born of necromancy and the mad will of a man who had refused to accept death. But as they turned to leave, a dark shape emerged from the shadows ahead of them, blocking their path. Javier's breath caught in his throat as he recognized the figure. It was Dr. Vera, or what was left of him. His skin was a grotesque patchwork of decaying flesh and scarred tissue, his eyes sunken and black, like pits of pure darkness. His mouth was twisted into a grotesque grin, his teeth yellowed and jagged, like something that had rotted long ago but still clung to life. The doctor's hands twitched as he slowly raised them toward them, his fingers curling into claws. There was no humanity left in his face, no sign of the man he had once been, only a monstrous hunger, a thirst for vengeance that had been building for years. "You shouldn't have come here," Vera's voice rasped, a low, hissing whisper that seemed to come from the very depths of the house. "You've awakened me, and now you'll join me forever." The words seemed to echo in the room, bouncing off the walls and amplifying in the air. Javier's heart slammed against his chest as he realized the full horror of what he was facing. Dr. Vera wasn't just the one pulling the strings anymore. He was the puppet master, the monster in charge. And he had become the very thing he had feared, death itself. Andres took a step back, his eyes wide with terror. "We have to stop him, Javier. We have no choice." Javier nodded, his mind racing for any way out, any way to fight back. The creature before them was not human. It was a twisted amalgamation of the dead, a grotesque mockery of life and death, a being that existed outside the laws of nature. Nothing they had seen so far compared to the nightmare that now stood before them. But as they backed away, the creature didn't move. Instead, it raised one bony hand and pointed toward them, the finger trembling with malice. "You cannot escape," Vera whispered, his voice growing louder, echoing in the walls around them. "You are part of me now, part of the curse, and nothing escapes my grasp." In that moment, the floor beneath their feet groaned, and the entire house seemed to shift. The walls buckled, the air grew colder, and the shadows deepened. Javier realized with horror that this was it. This was the final act of the curse. Dr. Vera had become the house itself, the very soul of the place, the force that held the dead here in limbo. He was the monster, the creator, and now he was their captor, and there was no escaping. Chapter 9. The last night, Javier's mind raced, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he backed away from Dr. Vera's grotesque form. The monster's eyes, empty, hollow pits, seemed to see through him, to look into his very soul. His heart pounded against his chest like a drum, his skin crawling with the realization that the house had become a tomb, a prison, and that Dr. Vera had fused with it all. There was no escape, no way out. The air around them was thick with dread, heavy with the unnatural hum of dark magic that now coursed through the walls. The house seemed to breathe with them, its pulse synchronized with Vera's tortured, hollow groan. The shadows writhed, stretching unnaturally along the floor, as if alive with the dead that had been trapped here for centuries. And they were all awake now, all aware, all watching. "We need to destroy him, Andres," Javier whispered, his voice tight with terror. His mind was spinning, but he couldn't afford to be weak. Not now, not when their lives were hanging by a thread. Andres nodded, but there was a flicker of doubt in his eyes. "But how? Look at him. He's beyond anything we've faced. We don't even know what he is anymore." Javier's eyes locked on to Dr. Vera. The creature didn't move, but it watched them with a sickening smile, as though savoring their fear. His fingers twitched and flexed, his claw-like hands dripping with something dark and oily. The thing was a reflection of all the madness that had come before it, but it was also the embodiment of the curse that had gripped the house. "We have to break the cycle," Javier said, his voice trembling but determined. "The curse that keeps the dead here, The inscription said the forgotten dead never rest. If we can sever the link, if we can destroy whatever is binding them to this place, we might have a chance. But as he spoke, the ground trembled beneath their feet. A low, mournful rumble reverberated through the house, and the walls groaned like an ancient creature, waking from a long sleep. Doctor? Vera's eyes widened, if such a thing could still be considered a widening, and his mouth twisted into a jagged grin. You think you can break the curse? Vera rasped, his voice now a chorus of whispers, both his and the dead. It echoed throughout the room, filling their minds with the anguish of those long-forgotten souls. The house is my creation, my legacy. It cannot be undone. You cannot escape it. You cannot destroy what has become a part of me. Javier's heart sank. The creature's words were a final warning. The house wasn't just a vessel for the dead. It was part of the curse itself, an extension of Dr. Vera's will. The thing standing before them was not just the product of a madman's experiments. It was the living embodiment of a place, a force that had bound the souls of the dead to this world, and it was untouchable. But there was something else, something hidden in the back of his mind, something about the inscription. The forgotten dead never rest. Could it be true? Could the curse be lifted by forgetting, by erasing the connection to this place? He couldn't afford to waste time thinking about it. They were running out of it. We don't have much time, Javier said, his voice steely despite the growing dread tightening around his throat. We need to get to the heart of this place, the source of the curse. Without waiting for a response, Javier grabbed Andres by the arm and pulled him toward the door. The house seemed to shift, the shadows stretching longer, as if the walls themselves were trying to trap them. Every step was heavy, the air growing thicker with each passing moment. It was a race against time, against the very walls that were alive with death. As they moved down the hallway, they could hear it, the unmistakable sound of shuffling footsteps behind them. The dead were stirring, rising again from their slumber. The house was alive with them. It was no longer just the bodies of those who had been experimented on by Vera. They were everywhere trapped in the house, their souls unwilling or unable to move on. And now, they were waking, drawn to the living like moths to flame. Do you hear that? Andres whispered, his voice barely audible as he gripped Javier's arm. It's them. They're coming. Javier glanced over his shoulder. Shadows swirled in the dark corners, and through the dim light, he could make out the vague, twisted forms of the dead, their eyes glowing with that same terrible hunger. They were moving faster now, closing in on them, their footsteps louder, more insistent. We need to move faster, Javier hissed, his voice urgent. We have to find the source and destroy it, now. But as they reached the stairwell, the house seemed to buckle under their feet. The walls cracked, and a deafening roar filled the air. The ground gave way beneath them, and they found themselves plunged into darkness. For a moment, there was nothing, just the deafening silence of the house, the weight of the air pressing down on them like a tomb. When Javier opened his eyes, he found himself lying on cold stone, his body aching. He tried to move but felt an unnatural heaviness, as if the very air around him was holding him down. He pushed himself up, blinking against the dim, flickering light of an old lantern that hung nearby. Andres was already on his feet, looking around, his face pale with terror. Where are we? He whispered, his voice filled with awe and fear. Javier looked up and froze. In front of them was a massive chamber, its walls lined with stone tablets, all covered in ancient symbols and inscriptions. The air was thick with the smell of decay, and in the center of the room stood a stone altar, upon which lay the skeletal remains of what once had been a human. But it wasn't just any human. The figure was too familiar. It was Dr. Vera before he had become the thing they had just seen, before he had merged with the dead. A twisted realization hit Javier like a punch to the gut. This was the heart of the house, the source of the curse, and they had walked right into its grasp. And then, from the shadows, a voice rasped, its tone both familiar and unholy. You are too late. Chapter 10. The End of the House. The chamber was suffocatingly cold, its walls covered in grime and the yellowed remnants of ancient rituals. Javier's eyes locked onto the skeletal remains of Dr. Vera, his body laid out like an offering on the altar, frozen in time. The remains were perfectly preserved, too perfectly, as if the corpse had been treated, embalmed in some twisted way to delay its inevitable decay. But the true horror wasn't the corpse itself, it was what it represented. It was the beginning of all this, the source of the curse, the twisted birthplace of the monster Vera had become. Andres moved cautiously, his breath shallow, but Javier didn't need to say anything. They both understood now. This was it. This was the heart of the house, the altar where Dr. Vera had begun his horrific transformation from doctor to necromancer, from man to monster. The room seemed to hum with an unnatural energy, the air thick with an ancient malice that refused to die. "You should have never come here," a voice hissed from the darkness behind them. It was Vera's voice, but it was twisted, distorting, like the voice of something trapped between life and death. The shadows seemed to coalesce into something solid, into the terrible, malformed shape of Dr. Vera himself, his body contorted with unnatural joints, his skin stretched too tightly over bones that looked as though they were never meant to bend this way. His eyes, those black pits, stared at them with a look of pure contempt. Javier gripped the flashlight tighter, his knuckles white. You can't control this anymore, Vera," he shouted, his voice louder than he felt. "It's over. The dead have awoken, and you've created something that's beyond your power." Vera's lips curled into a sickening grin, but the expression was anything but human. It was a rictus, a skeletal grimace. "I never sought control. I sought transcendence. You can't understand it. This house, this place, has become me. We are one now." His voice rose, echoing through the chamber as the walls seemed to pulse. "And you, foolish mortals, will become part of the legacy. You will be my new creations." Andres stumbled back, his eyes wide with terror. No, we're not your property." The monster that was once Dr. Vera moved slowly toward them, his form still barely corporeal, as if part of him was tied to the shadows themselves. With each step, the room seemed to stretch, the walls warping and groaning under the pressure of his presence. The dead, still chained to the house, seemed to whisper in the corners, their voices rising in a low, guttural chant. Javier's mind raced. He had no time to think, no time to plan. There was only one thing that mattered now. He turned to the altar and saw what he feared, a thick, blackened symbol carved into the stone, the same symbol he had seen in the journals, Dr. Vera's final experiment, the one that fused his soul with the house. It was a binding ritual, a dark, forbidden spell that tethered him to this place forever. "We need to destroy it," Javier muttered, more to himself than to Andres. "If we destroy the altar, we sever the curse. We destroy the house." Andres looked around frantically, his eyes darting from the altar to the grotesque creature advancing on them. "How do we destroy it? It's not like anything we've seen before." Javier's eyes locked onto the altar once again, and in that moment, the answer became clear. The machine Vera's abominable creation had been part of this, a tool to keep the dead in a perpetual state of decay and rebirth. But the altar, the symbol, was the true source of the curse. If they could break the bond, if they could tear the altar apart. "We'll need fire," Javier said with conviction. "Burn it. We need to burn it all." Andres nodded, his face pale but resolute. "Let's do it." But as they turned to run, Vera's voice exploded through the chamber, a deafening roar that rattled their teeth. "You cannot escape!" he shrieked. "I am the house. I am the dead. You will never leave. Never." The ground shook beneath them, and the walls began to cave in. The chamber was collapsing, the very foundation of the house crumbling, as if it were alive. The air thickened, filled with the stench of decay, and the shadows closed in around them, pressing them toward the altar. The dead, they were coming. They were closing in, their twisted forms rising from the darkness, their mouths open, ready to consume. Javier grabbed Andres by the arm, pulling him toward the altar. They had no choice. The house was alive, and it wasn't going to let them escape without a fight. As they reached the altar, the creature that had once been Dr. Vera lunged forward, his claws outstretched, his mouth open in a soundless scream. His form shifted, warping with the force of the magic that bound him, and he seemed to grow larger, more monstrous. Javier scrambled, his fingers touching the cold stone of the altar. "Light it!" he screamed at Andres, his voice breaking. Andres hesitated only a moment before pulling out a flare from his bag, striking it to life. With trembling hands, he tossed the flare onto the altar, and in an instant, the flames roared to life, consuming the stone, the symbol, the very essence of the curse. The fire spread quickly, crackling with an unnatural energy that seemed to scream in agony. Dr. Vera the creature, the monster, screeched, a sound that tore at their ears. As the flames engulfed him, he staggered back, his form flickering and writhing, as if the fire was burning away his very existence. The house groaned in agony, its walls cracking and collapsing. The dead howled, trapped in a prison that had held them for centuries, but now their connection was being severed. The air grew heavy, oppressive, the very essence of the curse being pulled into the flames. With a final, desperate scream, Dr. Vera's monstrous form collapsed into a heap of smoke and ash, his voice fading into nothing. The flames consumed the altar, the curse, and everything that had bound the house to the dead. The chamber shook violently, and then, as if the house had been holding its breath, it exhaled a deep, final groan and fell silent. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, the house was still. Javier and Andres stood there, breathing heavily, their bodies trembling with the aftermath of their desperate struggle. The fire flickered out, leaving only blackened stone and charred remnants where the altar had once been. The air, though still thick with the remnants of death, felt lighter now. The dead no longer tied to the house had begun to dissipate, their souls freed from the curse that had bound them. But even as they breathed in the relative silence, Javier knew that the house, though now silent, would always be there, waiting, just beyond the veil. The end of one nightmare marked the beginning of another.